Hello, everyone. Welcome to Zen and Fanfics. Today we are featuring What If Deku Had Dragon and Bunny Guardian? The story is written by NezutheRatGod on Wattpad. Before we start, please like and subscribe for more content. Now, let's dive into the story. A now 9-year-old Izuku with tired-looking eyes was sitting in the back of the classroom with his head down, his shoulder-length white hair with black tips, helping covering his face as he looked out the window. He got his black hair from his dad and his white from his mom. She had green and white hair, and from what she said, it was a family trait since their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather that had all white hair. Today was his birthday, and he was hoping to get home soon, so he can hopefully have a good birthday, unlike all the others he had, because of the other students. "Hello, class," said the teacher walking into the room. "I bet you're all excited for us to go to the park today. Teach, do we have to take Izawa with us? He's quirkless and will just make the day at the park worse," said one kid in the room. "His name is Deku Extra," said Katsuki looking at the kid. "But yet can we just keep Deku here?" "Sadly we can't, and he has to come with us all right," said the teacher with an annoyed voice. Izuku looked at them and sighed again. He continued to look out the window and was hoping the day would be over since he found out that his dad is coming home for his monthly visit. Given that Izuku's dad was an underground hero, he was forced to have very little contact with his family because the villains he went after were the worst of the worst and wouldn't hesitate to kill Izuku and his mom to get back at the hero. "All right, come on everyone, let's get ready for the field trip, and just know that some of the older kids will be with us as well, so behave, especially you Izawa. I know you like to cause trouble because you're quirkless," said the teacher. He didn't respond and just ignored her. "All right, everyone go and have fun," said the teacher. All the kids ran off to go and play while Izuku walked away to find somewhere more secluded. He knew the other kids wanted nothing to do with him, and he was hoping if he stayed away from them, they'd leave him alone. Izuku climbed up a small hill and sat down on it under a tree at the top of the hill. He looked over the playground with a sad expression on his face. He wanted to go down there and play with them, but he knew he couldn't. No one wanted to play with someone who was quirkless. Kaken made sure that everyone knew he was, and that they should bully him. No matter how hard Izuku tried to rekindle the friendship him and Katsuki once had, he wanted nothing to do with him. It was almost like he hated him just because he existed, and even when Izuku started to put distance between them, Katsuki would seek him out and bully him for no reason. Weak, worthless. Deku, I feel bad for his parents, having to take care of someone defective like him. I'd rather have a kid with mental problems than one that's quirkless. I know, right? Do you think we should mention to his parents that they could give him to an adoption center? I mean, who could love something like him? More and more memories continued to enter his mind as he tried to push them out. He didn't want to remember them, but everyone made sure he did every single day at school. Well. Look what we got," said an older-sounding voice. Izuku looked up and saw a kid that was 2 years older than him, and he had a big cocky smirk on his face. Behind him were a couple others along with Katsuki and his lackeys. "What do you want, Takeo?" said Izuku looking at the older kid. Takeo was a tall, skinny kid with silver hair that stood up. He had yellow eyes and sharp nails. His quirk was called Poison Nail. It allowed him to poison anyone he cut with them, with however much or kind of poison he wanted/knew. "Well, I heard some quirkless piece of garbage was here, so I thought I'd help take them out, especially since apparently this was the day an accident was born," said Takeo with a grin. Izuku knew he couldn't possibly take them all out even with his dad's training, so he decided it was best to run. He shot off the ground and began sprinting away. "Hey, get back here, DKU!" Izuku ran down the hill as fast as he could and lost balance, but rolled into it and managed to get back up to continue to keep running. He could hear his soon-to-be attackers behind him and also heard distinctive explosions. He turned by a tree to make it harder for them to catch him and began running again, but then he saw Takeo was close to him. DKU! One of his nails managed to cut him, but he kept running, but he felt his body getting weaker. After a minute of running, he collapsed, and the area where he was cut burning in pain. Not only that, but his body couldn't move. Like the new poison I learned? It's a paralysis poison along with one that causes great pain. I based it off the pain a bullet ant can produce from stings, said Takeo. Izuku tried to make his body move, but he couldn't no matter how hard he tried because of the poison that Takeo gave him. Well, since no one else is around except for us, we're going to beat you up, Deku. Takeo, Katsuki, and the others that chased Izuku all started to beat him up too. Teach him a lesson, but Takeo was taking it a little too far. Takeo grabbed Izuku's face and proceeded to keep punching it to the point the others actually stopped and took a step back watching in horror. You'll never amount to anything, you. Crunch, worthless. Crunch, DKU. Takeo's fist was covered in Izuku's BLD, and before he could punch him again, when one of the lackeys grabbed his arm. Did I think you should stop? He said, looking at Izuku's bloody and bruised face. His nose was obviously broken, and as I was swollen up, he was covered in BLD, a couple teeth with missing, and his breathing was labored. TCH, let that be a lesson and do us a favor and kill yourself, said Takeo, as he kicked Izuku's face, knocking him out before he walked off. The others soon left, with Katsuki being the last to leave. He had an unreadable look, and he looked at his hands that had Deku's BLD on them. Was that too far? Izuku slowly opened his right eye and saw a white ceiling with bright lights shining down on him. His body was in so much pain, especially his face. He wanted nothing more than to sleep again, so it'll go away. It's a good thing you found him, Shota, or else he might have died from the amount of poison in his body, said Recovery Girl. I want to know who did this to my son. See that Aizawa. He was told by the school that Izuku just disappeared in the park, so he raced there and found his son beaten to a bloody pulp and was barely breathing. I know you will be as of right now. Just worry about him healing. I healed as much as I could, but he will have scars along with those burns that will be permanently on his body. Also, he might have some brain damage from the punches he received, so he might have some memory loss, said Recovery Girl. Aizawa clenched his fist so tightly that BLD started to come from them. D-dat, wheezed Izuku. Izuku, said Aizawa, standing up and walking towards his son. How you feeling? My face should tell you, said Izuku sarcastically. Aizawa wanted to glare at him, but he just sighed. Izuku, who did this to you? Izuku tried to remember, but the last thing he remembered was him sitting under a tree when a voice called him out, then a pair of yellow eyes glaring at him with a bloody fist. I don't remember. I think he does have memory loss. It's possibly going to be permanent, or it may even just be temporary, but only time will tell, said Recovery Girl. Where's Mom? She's getting us dinner, but she's really worried about you along with Hisashi and Namuri, said Aizawa. Izuku nodded his head and continued to stare at the ceiling with his one good eye. We're going to move somewhere else and place you in a better school, said Aizawa. Once again, he just nodded his head. He knew nothing would change all because he was quirkless. Just then the door opened, and Inko came in, and once she saw that Izuku was awake, she ran over to him asking what happened and if he was still in pain. Izuku answered her questions as best as he could, but when asked who did this, he gave the same answer as he did to his dad. The conversation then changed to something else as they spent time together as a family. A week later, Shota put the last box in the truck and waved off the driver, who nodded and drove off, heading to where Izuku's new home would be and where Inko was right now. Izuku looked at his apartment with an unreadable expression. A part of him would miss it since it was his home, but at the same time, it held many painful memories because of life as someone who was quirkless. Are you ready to leave? Said Aizawa, looking down at his son. Yet, Dad, said Izuku. He then got in the back seat of the car, and his dad got in the front seat and turned on the car before he drove off. As they were driving, Izuku remembered the conversation he had with Katsuki the other day. Wait, you're leaving? Said Katsuki, shocked. Yeah, after I ended up getting beaten on my mom and dad, said we should find somewhere else to live, said Izuku. He was about to say something to Katsuki, but he cut him off. Then good riddance. I don't need an extra like you anymore, and I hope we never see each other again. You Deku. Katsuki then walked away with his hands in his pocket. Izuku looked at him with a sad expression and walked away holding something. He continued to walk and saw a trash can, and he put the object in the trash. On the picture, it showed Izuku and Katsuki standing next to each, and on it, it said, I hope you become a great hero, Kaken. Izuku was knocked out of his thoughts when the car stopped, and they were parked before a nice-looking apartment. They both got out of the car and walked inside, entering the elevator and arriving on their floor. When Izuku entered it, he saw that his mom was busy putting things away. It was a larger apartment that could house a family of 5 comfortably. "Welcome home, Izuku. I hope you like our new home," said Inko. Izuku looked around the room and smiled, which stretched one of his scars on his face slightly. "It's perfect." Aizawa then talked his shoulder. "I know this is a bit late, but I got you a present." He then led Izuku to his room, and when Izuku entered it, he saw a small box on his bed with a bunch of holes along its side. The box was also moving a little. Izuku slowly walked to the box and opened it and gasping. Meow, a little black kitten with a white chin and paws popped out of the box. He had bright emerald eyes, much like Izuku, and on his right ear a piece of it was gone. Izuku slowly stretched his hand out and ran his fingers across the kitten's head, and the kitten leaned into it purring. I love it," said Izuku as he gently picked up the kitten and held it in his arms. "It doesn't have a name yet, so you can name it," said Aizawa, who had an arm around Inko, as they both watched the sight before them. "Oh, really?" Both of them nodded their heads. Izuku looked back at the kitten, who was rubbing his face against Izuku's chest, trying to cheer him up. "Ghost. His name is Ghost." A couple days later, Izuku arrived at his new school. He was both scared and hopeful that maybe he can get a fresh start and be treated right. "Okay, Aizawa, you can enter the room," said his new teacher in the classroom. Izuku took a deep breath and walked into the classroom, seeing that the whole class had their eyes on him. 2 people stood out to him out of the entire class. One was a girl with wheat-colored skin and ruby-red eyes. She had short white hair and a pair of white rabbit ears. The other girl had short blonde hair with her bangs covering her right eye. She had yellow reptilian eyes along with a couple piercings on her left ear, and Izuku could see her teeth looked like fangs sticking out when she smiled. "All right, Aizawa, introduce yourself," said the teacher. Hi, my name is Izuku Aizawa, and I want to be a great hero one day that saves everyone with a smile," said Izuku. "That's splendid. Now go and sit down in the available sit in the back of the class." "Hey, what's your quirk?" said one kid in the front who had ever-changing hair colors. I'm quirkless." Silence was heard in the class, and everyone in the class broke out laughing, except for 2 people. From one hell to another. Ha, you're quirkless, and you want to be a hero," said a girl in the front. "You're as stupid as the bunny girl and the dragon. Their quirks are stupid, and Tatsuma can't even control hers." Izuku said nothing and walked to the back of the class and sat down, already wishing he was home. It was now lunchtime, and sadly word had already spread about him being quirkless, so now he's at a table all by himself. He continued to eat in silence when he heard 2 trays be placed down at his table. "Hi, I'm Rumi Usajiyama," said the girl with wheat-colored skin and a rabbit quirk. "Ryuko Tatsuma," said the other girl. Can we sit here?" Sure." Both girls sat before him, and they all started eating in silence before Rumi broke it. "So, are you really quirkless?" she asked, taking a bite out of her carrot. "Yeah, but my dad is going to help train me, so I could be a hero. I don't care about fame or fortune. I just want to save everyone with a smile," said Izuku with a fire in his eyes. "Well, I think you can do it," said Ryuko with a small smile. "Me and Rumi want to be heroes as well, and maybe we can all be heroes together." "Heck yeah," said Rumi with her ears perking up. "We'll be unstoppable heroes." "Why, you don't think my dream is dumb since I'm quirkless?" "Nope. Everyone makes fun of me because my quirk is a rabbit, but I'm not going to let that stop me. I'm going to be the strongest female hero ever. People make fun of me because I can't control my quirk that well, and only Rumi here was brave enough to be my friend. And ever since we met, we've been best friends, or as we like to say, sisters," said Ryuko. "I don't think either of your quirks are dumb or weak. They are awesome. I mean, Usajiyama, your quirk gives you the abilities of a rabbit, and if you train with them, right, you could be strong enough to enter the top 10 and fast enough that barely anyone can keep up with you. And Tatsuma, your quirk is a dragon, right?" Yes. I have natural draconic strength and could transform into one and fly around." "That's amazing. With you already having immense strength and being able to turn into a dragon, you would be next to unstoppable. Can you also breath fire or—" The 2 girls watched Izuku go into a full mutter storm, and both of them were surprised since he did nothing but praise them. He was the very first person besides their own parents to ever say they could be heroes. All three of them continued talking and laughing through lunch, unknowingly creating a friendship that would never break. Izuku came home from school, and he had a big smile on his face. He saw his mom cleaning the house while getting followed by Ghost, who thought the vacuum was a toy. "Mom, I made some friends," he said, walking towards her. "Really, sweetie? That's amazing. Who are they?" The first one's name is Rumi Usujiyama, and the other is Ryuko Tatsuma, said Izuku. "They are really nice. And in a way they are like me." "What do you mean?" said Inko curiously. Izuku sat down on the couch, and Ghost immediately climbed up his breathe leg and sat in his lap. "Well, both of them are bullied because they have mutation quirks. Usujiyama has a rabbit quirk, and she's shy because of all the bullying. But she wants to become the strongest female hero ever. Tatsuma is bullied because hers is also a mutation quirk, but it's also a transformation one. She is still learning to control her super strength and transforming into a dragon," said Izuku. Inko looked at her son and saw the clear worry on his face, and she walked over to him and sat down, wrapping an arm around him. "If they're your friends, how about you become their hero?" "What do you mean, Mom?" "Well, you always said you want to be a hero, right? Use this to become their hero and save them. Help them become heroes and show them that you will be their hero and friend." Izuku was silent for a moment before he smiled brightly and nodded his head. "I'll do it, Mom." "If you're going to do that, then we'll have to up your training," said Shota, coming from the bathroom with still wet hair. "I'll teach you how to kick and pin someone today." Izuku's smile grew hearing that as he got ready to train with his dad, especially since he'll be having to leave for a couple weeks soon because of investigation. The next day at school, Izuku arrived at and saw that Rumi and Ryuko were getting bullied all because they had mutation quirks. Even though quirks were openly accepted mutation, ones were looked down upon, and those with them were prone to getting bullied relentlessly. "Haha, look at her stupid ears," said one kid, grabbing Rumi's ear and tugging it painfully. "Hey, leave them alone," said Izuku, glaring at them. The three older kids looked at him before they broke out laughing. "What are you going to do, huh? You're quirkless." "I'll stop some villains that are bullying my friends," said Izuku. "I'd like to see you try," said the kid, walking towards him. "Leave it to the quirkless freak to befriend to the two ugly mutation girls in our school." Izuku glared more and remembered something his dad told him, so he decided to bend some rules to allow him to do it. "And all I see is a person who has to take out all insecurities on others because no one likes him," said Izuku, determined to defend his two new friends. He has been bullied his whole life, and he wasn't going to let either of them get bullied like he was. The bully's face went from cocky to rage within an instant. "You DMN, quirkless freak. What right do you have to call me that?" he yelled as he reared his fist back to punch Izuku. Izuku dodged the punch and countered with his elbow, slamming into his face much like how his dad taught him to do. The bully fell back, holding his bloody nose in pain as he glared at Izuku, and his muscles started to get bigger, showing he had a strength type of quirk. Izuku then went over to both Rumi and Ryuko and stood before them, showing that if they wanted to bully them, they'd have to go through him first. "What's going on here?" said a teacher, showing up and noticing that Izuku was standing in front of Rumi and Ryuko, while in front of him was a kid with a bloody nose and his two friends standing by him. "Nothing, teach. Just got a nosebleed from my allergies," said the bully with a heated glare. The teacher looked around at all of them before he nodded his head. "Go get it patched up by the nurse while the rest go to class." He then walked away with the bullies following him, heading to the nurse's office. "Hey, are you two okay?" said Izuku, looking at the two. "Why, you didn't have to do that," said Rumi, looking away. "Now, they'll just bully you too." Izuku smiled and walked over to her and poked her nose, making her scrunch up her face. "I'm fine with that, if it means you two won't get bullied by them." "Thank you, Aizawa," said Ryuko. Rumi looked at herself. She so badly wanted to be a hero, but she was too scared. She looked up at Izuku, who, despite being quirkless, still stood up for them. "See, can you teach me?" she said with her ears flopping down, so they lay flat on her back. I don't want to be weak anymore. I want to be a strong hero who can stand on my own, and then I can help protect you." Izuku looked at Rumi's red eyes and saw a burning inferno in them. "Well, if you want that, then we'll have to start training together. Tatsuma, would you like to join us?" "I'd love to, but I still struggle with my quirk, so I don't know if I actually can, said Ryuko, as she remembered all the times she's destroyed things. Because of her quirk. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll figure out something. So would you two like to come to my house, then we can start training? Said Izuku. Both girls nodded their heads in excitement, since this will be the first time they hung out with anyone but themselves. Wow, you live in a nice apartment, said Rumi, looking up at her while her ears were perked up and her left foot was making a small thumping noise since she was excited and happy. Izuku, who loved to learn more about quirks, saw this and immediately pulled out his notebook. If you don't mind me asking, why is your foot thumping? That happens whenever I get too excited or happy. It's hard to control, and it's honestly embarrassing, said Rumi. What's wrong with that? I think it's cute, and it's just part of who you are, said Izuku. Rumi blushed a tiny bit, then she saw that Ryuko was giving her a smile that showed her razor-sharp teeth. See, Rumi, I told you it's cute, and even he agrees. Rumi's blush grew more, and steam started to escape from her ears as she hid her face by using her hands. All three of them then climbed up the stairs before they finally arrived at Izuku's home. Mom, I'm home, and I brought friends. Inko came around the corner and saw her son and two very cute girls behind him. One had wheat-colored skin and red eyes along with short white hair, while the other girl had short blonde hair and yellow reptilian eyes with her bangs covering her right one. Oh, Izuku didn't say his friends would be so pretty, said Inko while laughing as she saw both girls blushed a little at the compliment. Hi, I'm Rumi Usajima, she said shyly. I'm Ryuko Tatsuma, and it's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a small bow to show respect. Well, it's lovely to meet you too. Just call me Inko, so it'll be easier for us all, said Inko with a warm smile. Now how long will you two stay? So I know if I need to make extra food. My mom said she'll be picking both me and Rumi up around 8, since her mom has to go to her second job, said Ryuko. Well, 8 is perfect, and fair warning, if my husband shows up from work, he can be a little cold at times, but once he warms up to you, he's a very nice man, said Inko. Well, come on, let's go to my room, so we can work out a training schedule, and I can help give both of you ideas for your quirks, said Izuku. They all went toward his room while Inko giggled, seeing it. Those two are cute. I wonder what my grandbabies will look like. Your mom is really nice, said Ryuko. I agree, she kind of reminded me of my mom, said Rumi. Izuku laughed at that as he opened the door, revealing his room. It was an average-sized room with a small walk-in closet, a dresser, a TV hung up on the wall along with a computer desk that had a PC along with a couple books next to it. On the walls he had a couple posters of different heroes and a hanging bookshelf with manga and some other books. In the right corner of his room, he had his twin-size bed that had black sheets and blankets. He also had a black sleeping bag rolled up at the end. On his bed was Ghost, who was curled up, sleeping soundly. Wow, your room looks really cool, said Ryuko. Rumi nodded in agreement, and then saw the kitten and awed at the sight. Ah, it's such a cute kitten. Ghost opened his green eyes and looked at Rumi before he yawned and went back to sleep. Don't worry, he's probably just tired, said Izuku as he walked to his computer desk and sat down while grabbing a hair tie and putting his hair in a ponytail. Go ahead and sit on my bed so we can start planning. Both girls sat on his bed as he pulled out his notebook from earlier that had some basic information on their quirks. Okay, so Usajima, tell me everything your quirk can do, said Izuku. My quirk gives me all the abilities of a rabbit. I have very sensitive hearing, a very good sense of smell, extremely powerful legs, and a very fast metabolism, said Rumi. Izuku nodded his head and wrote that all down before he looked up at her. Well, I think the best thing for you to do is train your legs so they're stronger. Then you should train your body to be as flexible as you can make it so you be extremely versatile in fighting. I'd say make a fight style that mainly relies on your legs, but you should still use your arms to fight. For a costume, I'd suggest something that is very comfy and flexible. Also have steel soles on your feet to protect them, then have knee guards, along with reinforced knuckles on your glove for your hands to protect them. Rumi watched as he kept talking about different things she could, and he then pulled up a quick sketch he made, which was her wearing a leotard with armored gloves and knee guard along with the shoes. Wow! Then a blush appeared on her face as she realized she'd have to wear a leotard. I think you should find Muay Thai classes since they would help you in being flexible along with teaching you how to properly kick and where to kick a person, said Izuku. Okay, said Rumi with a still noticeable blush as her ears flipped back, showing her embarrassment. Now, Tatsuma, you said you have increased strength and can transform into a dragon, correct? Said Izuku. MHM. Well, I'd say learn to do grappling or how to pin people. Use your strength along with your mass, since you mentioned when you transform into a dragon you grow into size. I'd also suggest creating your own fighting style, since not many people have quirks like you. Now for the costume, I'd say get something like a bodysuit that can stretch with you, said Izuku. As they continued to talk, they never noticed Inko standing by the door, peeking in, and had a smile on her face, seeing that Izuku did have really good friends. It was later at night, and Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were sitting on the couch watching a show called Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Izuku was sitting in the middle of the couch, while the other two sat on either side of him as they all enjoyed the show. Knock knock dash. Izuku stood up and went to the door and opened it, seeing a tall, mature woman who had reptilian wings and long blonde hair. She had yellow reptilian eyes with the pupils being slits. She wore a blue dress shirt and a skirt that went past her knees. Hello, said Izuku curiously. Yes, is Rumi and Ryuko here? I'm Ryuko's mom, and I'm here to pick them both up, she said with a warm fang smile. Oh, forgive me, I'm Greya Tatsuma. You must be Izuku Aizawa, am I correct? Oh, yes, and it's a pleasure to meet you, and I see where Tatsuma got her beauty from, said Izuku, remembering that it's always a good idea to make a good first impression on your friend's parents. Greya giggled. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Mom, said Ryuko, walking around the corner and seeing her. Oh, hey, sweetie, are both you and Rumi ready to go? I'm ready to go, said Rumi sadly, since she did want to stay and hang out longer. Yeah, I'm ready as well, said Ryuko, feeling the same as Rumi. Will you two say goodbye to Aizawa while I talk to who I think is his mom, said Greya, gesturing to Inko, who was behind them all. Both parents went outside a little ways to not disturb them as they talked. I had fun hanging with you two. Maybe we can do it again, and next time we can go and have some real fun, said Izuku, scratching the back of his head. Rumi's ears perked up at this, and she quickly nodded her head. Yeah, I'd love to hang with you again. What about you, Ryuko? I'd like to as well, she said before she reached over and hugged Izuku. And thank you for earlier today and being our friend, Izuku. It means a lot to us. No problem, Tatsuma. That's what friends are for, said Izuku. Once she let go of him, Rumi hugged him, but since she was on the shorter side, her head only came to his chin while one of her ears hit his face. I'm glad you're our friend, Aizawa, and I hope we can continue to be friends, and one day we can all be heroes together, said Rumi. Izuku chuckled and patted her back. He lifted one of his hands up and moved her ear, but ended up also scratching while he moved it, and when he did that, her foot started to thump. Oh, it looks like Aizawa found your weak spot, Rumi, lightly teased Ryuko, watching as Rumi became a blushing mess and tried to hide. I'm glad I'm your friend, as well, Usajiyama, and sorry about that. I'll see you two tomorrow at school, said Izuku as he saw his and Ryuko's mom walking towards him. Bye, Aizawa, they both said as they left, and Izuku and his mom went back inside. Those two are really pretty, Izuku, and I know they will be good friends, said Inko warmly. Yeah, they are, and I hope we continue to be good friends, said Izuku, before he went back to his room to do some research. As he got on his computer, he saw something that made his eyes go wide. All am doing a meet and greet next month in Tokyo? I have to go to that, said Izuku as he stood up and ran off to tell his mom. 1 month later, over the last month, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko became nearly inseparable. It was very rare to see one of them without the other somewhere nearby. They would hang out almost every day after school and play games or train, along with helping each other study, which Izuku was really good at, and he helped them both out as much as he could. Now all three of them are all exercising at a gym that thankfully allowed mutation quirks, so both girls could train and not be accused of being freaks since lots of mutation quirk users were at the gym. Come on, Rumi, you got this, said Izuku as he encouraged her to push the leg press. You got only 5 more and you'll beat your record. She grunted and kept pushing it, and after a couple more, she stopped after she reached her goal and stopped. Holy CRP. That's 70 presses with 400 pounds. You did an amazing job, Rumi, said Izuku with a warm smile. Rumi smiled at him as her foot thumped in excitement. All right now, it's your turn, Izuku. He grunted in agreement and got on the leg press after taking off some of the weights since he was nowhere near as strong as her. So how's training going? Said Ryuko, walking towards them after getting off the treadmill for the past hour and was panting from exhaustion. It's going great. Izuku has been helping me build all the right muscle groups and making sure I train myself to be flexible so I can fight. My mom also called and said she finally got me signed up for Muay Thai classes to help me learn a fight, said Rumi. That's amazing. I'm still trying to think of a good fighting style for me. Though it's hard since I can't train with my quirk because of that new law and the fact that the training ground I used to use was demolished and turned into a new hero agency for some prick named Captain Celebrity, said Ryuko. God, that new law is horrible. What's the point in us having quirks if we aren't even allowed to use them at all, grumbled Rumi as she crossed her arms in anger. As they were talking, Izuku continued to push the leg press up and down, working out his tired and sore muscles till the point they started to hurt. Okay, I think we can head home now. We've been here for 3 hours, and we all need to still study and shower, said Izuku, panting. They all quickly headed their separate locker rooms and quickly took a shower and got dressed before they left the gym, enjoying the July weather. Man, hard to believe I'm going to be turning 10 soon, said muttered Izuku to himself, but sadly Rumi heard it, and it was just loud enough for Ryuko to hear it. What? Both Rumi and Ryuko said simultaneously as they both looked at him with a look all men feared. WL, height is July 4th, said Izuku quietly, and my birthday is the 15th. Why didn't you tell us? They both said simultaneously as they felt horrible since they didn't know nor got him anything yet. It's just, my mom, dad, aunt, and uncle were the only ones that cared. So I thought you wouldn't want to know, he said. Both girls felt horrible hearing that, and they both wanted to beat up whoever hurt him. They both walked towards him and hugged him. Well, we're your friends, Izuku, and we're going to join in celebrating your birthday on the 15th, said Ryuko. And it's going to be the best birthday ever, said Rumi with her ears perking up. Izuku smiled and hugged them back before they all went and started heading to the train station. As they continued to walk, they passed a woman with white hair and red eyes who was carrying a baby that had the same white hair and red eyes as her mom, but had a small bronze horn on her forehead. When they passed Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko, the little baby reached her arm out to them babbling, but her mom glared at it since she viewed the baby as a monster. It was now the day of All Might's meet and greet, and Izuku was beyond excited to go to it. His dad made sure to buy him and Inko early train tickets, so they can arrive early enough. Inko was watching Izuku run around his room, deciding what he wanted All Might to sign, but he couldn't decide. Ugh. He groaned as he started pulling on his long hair in frustration. Sweetie, why don't you take your most valuable items? She said. Izuku froze and looked at her. Why didn't I think of that? 5 minutes later, the room looked like All Might just had to fight an army of villains, and he could only use his strongest punches. I got them, he said, holding a limited edition Silver Age posture and a very rare toy of All Might when he first started out as a hero. Inko just giggled at her son, and they both left heading for the train station. On the way, Izuku messaged Rumi and Ryuko telling them he'd get them autographs for them both since he had 2 extra postures from them both since they couldn't go. So are you excited to meet your idol, Izuku? Said Inko, even though she already knew the answer, especially since he reminded her and Shota every day. Yes, he yelled out loudly, not caring about the stares he was getting. They soon got on the high-speed train and took off heading to Tokyo, and during the whole ride, Izuku looked beyond excited and kept texting Rumi and Ryuko. Rumi, do you think he's as nice as he appears on TV? Izuku, I believe so. I mean, he does donate 50% of the money he makes to lots of different charities. Ryuko, it's scary that he makes that much money and yet was able to afford to get Might Tower built and pay for all the staff, and he is still financially fine. Rumi, yeah. But maybe when we all become heroes, we can work together with him? Rumi, I want to be a solo hero, but I would make an exception for working with both of you or him. Izuku, that would be pretty cool to work together with him. I mean, getting to work with the #1 hero in Japan and the world. Ryuko, it truly would be amazing to work with someone like him. Ryuko, sorry my mom needs me. I hope you have fun, Izuku. Ryuko, text me when you're on your way home. Izuku, okay, I will. and tell your mom I said hi. Rumi, by Ryuko. Both Izuku and Rumi continued talking until Izuku's stop arrived, and he told her he'll message her later. Izuku and Inko were walking towards Might Tower, and they noticed it immediately that traffic was busier than normal because of the meet and greet. It took them an hour to arrive at it, and they saw an absolutely huge line to see All Might for two reasons. The first was that he finally returned home from an international event where him and Stars and Stripes had to work together to defeat a large villain group. "Mom, look," said Izuku, pointing his finger up. Inko looked and watched as All Might jumped off the roof of the building and fell to the ground, slamming onto the concrete, cracking the ground. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's good to be back home and see so many smiling faces," yelled All Might as his bright blue eyes looked over the massive crowd that probably numbered around well over 10,000 people. "Now before we begin this, let's have all the kids that are 12 and under come up front." Izuku's eyes lit up, and he looked at his mom for permission, and she nodded her head, so he quickly squeezed his way through the small crowd in front of him until he got to the front. He managed to get a spot in the crowd at the very front. Because of that, nothing blocked his view of seeing his idol. All Might waited a couple minutes until it looked like all the kids were in front of him. It always brings a smile to my face whenever I see so many smiling faces. He decided to greet the kids before he gave his speech, since he knew kids weren't exactly known for being patient. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw All Might walking towards him, and the hero stopped before him and smiled even more brightly. "Hello, young man. What's your name?" he said, looking down at Izuku. "I, Izuku Aizawa, sir," he said in amazement. "Izuku Aizawa, huh? That's a wonderful name, young man. Tell me, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be a hero just like you. I want to be able to save everyone with a smile, and when people see me, they will know they're safe." All Might smiled even more brightly hearing that. He was about to say something when his vision changed a little and everything froze. He then saw 7 glowing stars exit from him and start to float around Izuku before all of the stars changed into dark humanoid shapes. The first star, which was a dim white one, changed into a tall, thin man with bright green eyes and long white hair. The 7th star, which was purple one, turned into a tall, muscular woman with black hair and a beauty mark under her lip. The man touched Izuku's head gently as he looked at him and smiled. "He's the one, Toshi," said Nana, looking at Izuku, "and the first, he's the one you're looking for." Before All Might could say anything, they both disappeared, and he was staring at Izuku again. "Well, that's an amazing dream, young man, and I'm sure you'll become a great hero." Izuku smiled even more before he showed his 3 postures and 1 toy. Mr. All Might, could you sign these? They are for me and my 2 friends who couldn't come." All Might nodded his head and did so. He then took a quick picture with him and watched as Izuku walked away. He had to call Gran Torino and meet that kid again because something like this never happened before. Plus, he just saw his MSTR for the first time in years. Inko watched as all this happened and smiled when she saw Izuku running back to her holding all his signed stuff and had a giant smile on his face. "He was so cool, Mama can't believe it got him to tell my tin person," said Izuku as he broke out into a mutter storm, which made her giggle at seeing. After a moment, he stopped, and they both went back to watching All Might greet the kids and take pictures with them or sign things. As they did that, they never noticed someone shoving his way through towards them to get to All Might. Izuku continued to watch, and he felt someone shove into him, almost knocking him over. He looked up and saw a large man with a black hoodie and a psychotic grin. "This will be your fault, All Might. All in the name of my MSTR." He yelled as he ripped open his jacket, showing a vest full of explosives. People began to run and scream, and the last thing Izuku saw was his mom shield his body with hers before everything went black. Beep, 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 beep. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to a white ceiling, and he groaned in pain as he looked down, seeing his body covered in bandages. What happened? "Mom." He tried to move, but his body was in too much pain, so he continued to lay down on the bed, unable to move. Just then the door opened, and a doctor came in. "Good, you're awake," he said, walking towards him. "How are you feeling?" "Sore, and really thirsty, plus tired." "Well, that's normal. You just woke up from sleeping for 6 days, said the doctor. 6 days? Yes. We had to keep you in a coma so we could perform emergency surgery and to allow your body to heal. What exactly happened? All I remember is someone screaming, then everything went black. A suicide bomber. He wanted to send a message to All Might, said the doctor with a sad tone, since he can still remember the amount of injured people and bodies they had to take care of. Just then the door opened again, and Izuku saw his dad, Namuri, Hizashi, Rumi, and Ryuko, along with Rumi's mom and both of Ryuko's parents. Izuku, he said as he moved forward and quickly pulled him into a hug. Dad, are you all right? He asked, looking at his son. Why, yeah. Dad, where's Mom? Said Izuku. The room became extremely quiet, and Aizawa took a deep breath as he did his best to hold back his tears. Izuku, your mom died. Izuku's entire world froze as his eyes became wide and seemed to have lost all their color and life in them. What? I'm sorry, Izuku. She sacrificed herself to save you. Izuku couldn't move and just kept staring into the distance with a lifeless expression, and completely unaware, he started to cry. He never noticed that Rumi and Ryuko ran to him and hugged him tightly, trying to comfort him. If I didn't want to go meet All Might, then Mom would still be here. A week has passed since Inko died, and they had to do a closed casket burial. After the funeral, Izuku spent the entire week in his room, ignoring everyone and barely eating. He wouldn't let anyone in the room, not his dad or Rumi and Ryuko, or even Ghost. It's all my fault, he said to himself quietly as he sat on his bed in the dark, just staring at the floor with a lifeless expression on his face. Izuku lost any will to be a hero or even go to school. He just couldn't get the last image out of his head. It kept replaying over and over. All he could see was his mother shielding him with her body before everything went black, and when he woke up he found out she died. Why? Why'd I have to go see All Might? If I don't want to see him, and Mom would still be alive, he said before he broke down in tears. Outside his room, Shota lowered his head, hearing his son like this. He tried to talk to him, but he didn't want anything to do with him. He just kept blaming himself for his mom's death. What made it even more painful for Izuku was that it happened right when his life was just starting to get better and right before his birthday. He also finally found friends that cared for him. Shota walked to the kitchen and decided to try and make katsudan. He remembers how Inko taught him to make it. He grabbed the pork, eggs, and breading and was about to get started cooking when he heard a knock on the door. He walked to the door and opened it, seeing both Rumi and Ryuko standing outside the door. They were both also holding gift bags. Rumi was wearing black jeans and a white shirt, while Ryuko had a dress shirt on along with black leggings. Usajiyama, Tatsuma, he said, looking at them. Hello, Mr. Aizawa. Is Izuku here? Said Rumi quietly. He's in his room. Please help him, he said before he turned around and walked away, heading back to the kitchen. Rumi and Ryuko walked up to his room and gently knocked on his door. As they waited for a response, both of them remembered the conversation they had with Rumi's mom in the car. Flashback. Ryuko was sitting in the back of the car looking out the window with a sad expression. Her nor Rumi could even fathom what Izuku is going through. Mito looked at her daughter and her best friend. They have been really down ever since they found out what happened to Izuku. Mito was in her mid-20s and had short white hair tied in a small ponytail. She had 2 long white rabbit ears and the same wheat-colored skin as Rumi. Her life became much harder when she found out she was PRGNT at 16, and her boyfriend basically abandoned her with the baby along with her own family. Because of this, she had to drop out and get 2 jobs to take care of herself and Rumi. A couple years later, when she brought Rumi to her first day at kindergarten, she met her friend Greya and her daughter Ryuko. Ever since then, they've been best friends. So what are you two going to do? She asked while she continued to drive her car. She thankfully got a good deal on. Will talk to him and try and make him happy, said Rumi. Ryuko nodded her head as she played with the hem of her skirt. I remember when you told me that he helped both of you when you two were getting bullied. Maybe it's your turn to be the ones that save him, said Mito. Both of them looked at her, realizing what she meant. She was telling them to be his heroes. Okay, Mom, said Rumi with determination in her voice as her eyes hardened. Back to present. They got no answer from Izuku, so Ryuko knocked again, but louder, but they were still met with silence. "Izuku, please open up," said Ryuko. They still got no response, and Rumi was tired of being worried. So she moved Ryuko out of the way and lifted her leg up before she kicked the door open with a loud bang. Izuku looked up at them with clear shock in his bloodshot eyes from all the crying he's been doing. His hair was a complete mess, and he seemed slightly skinnier and was extremely sleep-deprived, given the large bags under his eyes. "Izuku, you've been ignoring us all week. I know you're in pain, but won't help you," said Rumi, sounding more fierce than she ever has before in her life. He looked away and spoke in a broken tone, "Leave me alone. I'll just end up getting you hurt as well." Rumi gritted her teeth. She couldn't be her usual softer, meek self. She had to be stronger and help him. She walked towards him and reared her arm back and slapped him across the face, so hard it left a red handprint on his face. "Rumi," said Izuku, holding his cheek in pain. "Don't Rumi me. I know you're in pain, and I couldn't even imagine how painful this must be for you. But you have to stand up and become stronger. Your mom wouldn't want you to wallow here in self-pity and pain. She wanted you to stand up on your own 2 feet and become a hero. But I'm the reason why Mom is dead. If I didn't want to meet All Might, then she'd be alive still," said Izuku as tears started to stream down his face. Ryuko moved in and hugged him tightly, which shook him to his core. He then felt another pair of arms and saw that Rumi was also hugging him. "It wasn't your fault, Izuku. It was that suicide bomber. If it wasn't for him, then your mom would still be here along with all the other people that died during the bombing," said Ryuko. "You are a very strong person, Izuku. You helped me and Rumi when no one else would so this time. Let us be your heroes," said Rumi. Izuku silently nodded his head as he gently wrapped his arms around both of them, hugging them, trying to ease the pain in his heart. At the door, Aizawa saw this and smiled. He left, heading to the kitchen to hand them their dinner so they can eat together. They will be able to help him more than he can himself. The night went on, and they all ate together, and the entire time Rumi and Ryuko helped comfort Izuku and try to make him smile as much as they could. As of right now, they were continuing to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. As they watched it, both girls sat on either side of him to enjoy the show together. They were a couple minutes into their 4th episode. They just started, and Izuku ended up passing out. He slumped over with his head, landing in Rumi's lap, making said girl blush. Ryuko saw this, and she didn't know why, but she felt really jealous, and she puffed her cheeks as she pouted. Her more dragonish side was more vocal. "Mine!" Rumi wanted to say something, but she saw the large bags under his eyes, and the words got stuck in her throat as she looked at him. She lifted her hand and gently ran it through his hair, which made Ryuko pout even more as jealousy was getting worse, and her dragon side was telling her she should be in Rumi's position. Rumi looked up at Ryuko and decided to be the one who teased instead of getting teased. "Jealous," she said with a grin. "Very." Both girls looked at each other for a little before they giggled. Ryuko decided to get more comfortable and moved in, so she was leaning against him listening to his heartbeat. Now it was Rumi's turn to be jealous, so she gently picked up Izuku's head and laid it down on a pillow before she cuddled next to Izuku, using him as her own pillow. It wasn't long before both girls were lulled to sleep, but his slow, steady heartbeat. They all held each other, trying to comfort one another. Aizawa saw this and called Mito and told her about it, and she said it would be fine if they stay the night. They need to spend time together to heal the wounds that appeared because on Inko's death. He told her she can pick them up anytime tomorrow, or he could drop them off. Once he hung up, he walked into his son's room and grabbed the blanket and draped it over them to keep them comfortable. "Good night, Izuku," he said, looking at his son and 2 friends before he left to go on patrol for the night. Izuku slowly woke up, but he was far too comfortable and warm. He pulled whatever was closer to him, enjoying the warmth more, and go back to sleep. He then heard what sounded like a growl and purr, which greatly confused him since they were way too loud to be ghost and big. Izuku opened his eyes and was immediately met with white hair and blonde hair. He then saw a white rabbit ear twitch and smack his face. Once Izuku's eyes fully opened, his face then went beet red when he realized what was going on. Both Rumi and Ryuko were laying on top of him and using his chest as a pillow and personal heater. Zuzu stopped moving. "Me sleepy," said Rumi. She scooted closer to him, and her ears flopped down as she nuzzled under his chin. Ryuko did the same thing, except she was starting to wake up and was using his natural body heat to warm her body up. I'm gonna die if they wake up, thought Izuku, worried that if they wake up and see this, they'll hurt him. Izuku felt his stomach growl, and he was hungry. He didn't know fully why, but him being with these two helped heal a part of his soul from the pain he was just in. Thank you, Rumi, Ryuko, he said as he slowly and carefully crawled out of both girls' death-like grip on him. Mine, said Ryuko as she grabbed him and pulled him towards him with his face being put against her chest, and a fanged smile appeared on her face, using him as a body pillow. And no, stay out of my head, weird thoughts, thought Izuku as he remembered his SEC Ed class, and Bus' face kept getting redder. It got worse when he felt a pair of arms reach over and pull him back. He was turned on his back and felt Rumi snuggle up to him, laying on his chest again with his arm wrapped around her. Izuku died and his soul left his body, but before it could fully escape, both Rumi and Ryuko's souls grabbed him and forced him back into his body. An hour later, both girls woke up and saw a very red Izuku. They then looked and realized they were cuddling with him. Rumi squeaked and jumped away, slamming into his cabinet. Ryuko panicked and lost control of her quirk, transforming into her dragon form and crushing his bed with her weight. After 45 minutes of apologizing from all three of them to each other, Izuku decided to be the bigger person and told them it was fine, and he told them he'll make them breakfast as thanks for helping him last night. The apartment was soon filled with the delicious smells of eggs and bacon, along with pancakes and some sliced up fruit, carrots for Rumi. Here you go, said Izuku, placing their breakfast in front of both of them before he set his own down. Itadikamasu, they all said. Rumi and Ryuko took a bite of the breakfast, and they both froze as stars appeared in their eyes. I think I'm in love, they both thought at the same time. At UA, Aizawa was sitting in Nezu's office. The other person in his room was All Might. So what is it you want, All Might? Also, why here in my job? Said Aizawa. I talked to Nezu, and he told me about your son, and I'd like to talk to him about that day, and something else, said All Might. Like what? Said Aizawa. All Might started to twiddle his thumbs in thought. He found his successor, but given what happened to Izuku, he'd need his dad's permission. Don't worry, All Might. Aizawa is trustworthy and won't tell anyone, said Nezu. All Might sighed and looked up towards Aizawa. I want him to be my successor and to inherit my quirk. One for all. What? Said Aizawa, staring at All Might with complete confusion on his face. What do you mean, inherit your quirk? All Might took a deep breath and looked at him in the eyes. You're going to want to get comfortable for this. About 200 years ago, there were two brothers. One brother was born with an extremely powerful quirk. It allowed him to steal other people's quirks or give them. The other brother didn't have anything. He was just a normal person. Over time, the older brother became corrupted with greed and power, and he sought to rule the world. To do that, he stole lots and lots of powerful quirks, along with gifting quirks to those he was allied with. The only person to stand up against him was his younger brother that was quirkless. The older brother forced a quirk on him, unaware he actually did have a quirk. With the younger brother's new quirk, he continued to get stronger and pass on his quirk to other people. Throughout the years, it's been passed on 7 times, and I'm the 8th bearer of this quirk, and I've had it since I was in my late teens. Now I'm ready to give it to the 9th bearer, said All Might. Aizawa was silent, and he just stared at All Might as he continued to think everything that he said over. How do I know you're not just lying? Aizawa, I understand why you're suspicious, but trust me, everything he said is true, and even Recovery Girl knows the truth and can confirm it all, especially since she healed the 7th bearer, said Nezu. All Might nodded his head. It's hard to grasp, but believe me, think about how different my quirk is compared to other people. I can do feats that not even people with the strongest strength quirks can do. I can soar over a city in seconds, almost near the speed of sound. That's true, but why my son? Is it out of pity? Said Aizawa with an even glare. No, I don't know how to explain it, but during my meet and greet when I saw him, I saw my MSTR and someone else. They both stood next to, along with 5 stars that floated around him. They told me he was the one I was looking for, said All Might. Let's just say I accept, and so does my son. What would happen, and what kind of dangers would he and his two best friends be in, said Aizawa. He'll have to train to get his body to a point he's physically strong enough. So by the summer before he'll be going into UA, his body should be mature and strong enough that I can give it to him. Best case scenario for that is if he trained enough, he'd be able to use anywhere from 10 to 20% with no consequences to his health. 4 dangers his life would always be in danger, especially if word ever got out what his quirk is. Everyone in the world would try and get their hands on it, especially the Public Safety Commission and governments along with villains. And lastly, his friend will be in danger, but then again that comes with the territory of being a hero. So, as long as they are strong, and so is he, they should be fine. Also, he can't tell anyone except for those he truly trusts, said All Might. Aizawa sighed and ran his hand through his hair and thought. Izuku will be giving the best training UA can offer Aizawa. I'll personally make sure he gets everything he needs to make himself strong enough to be All Might's successor, said Nezu. I will only agree if my son agrees, and a couple conditions. Also, who else knows about your quirk? Said Aizawa. A young police detective named Tsukachi, yourself, and Nezu, my sidekick Night-Eye, my sensei Gran Torino who will help train young Aizawa, and lastly my friend David Shield who understands I have a powerful quirk, but not that it can be passed down, said All Might. Aizawa nodded his head and continued to think it over. My first condition is that I can oversee his training. My second is that his friends can join him. They have formed a very strong bond, and it'll do more bad than good to separate them since they all want to be heroes. My third condition is that you train him along with that sensei you mentioned. I want my son to be trained, not just told to muscles and left to our own devices. All Might nodded his head. I agree to all of that. Also, I'm sorry for your loss. I should have kept my eyes, oh dash. Don't. It wasn't your fault. No one could have predicted a suicide bomber to happen, especially in these times, along with the fact that you and Stars and Stripes destroyed that massive quirk supremacist terror organization. Heroes makes mistakes, and all we can do is try and make less of them. So if you want to make it up to me and Izuku, save more people, and train my son to be a good hero, said Aizawa. All Might nodded his head and looked up at him. Can I meet your son today? I'll call up my sidekick along with my sensei, so we can set up the schedule. Aizawa nodded his head. Yes, but just know his two friends are at the house with them. They're probably still trying to help him heal since I'm not the best at the emotional part. Back at the apartment, the three of them got done eating, and they were sitting on the couch watching TV. As they continued to watch it, Izuku looked over at Rumi, and he grew a small grin, deciding to mess with her. For Rumi, she was enjoying the show, especially since it was with her two best friends. She then felt warm air get blown into her ear, and it made her squeak and look at Izuku, seeing him grin. What's wrong, Rumi? He said, trying and failing to look innocent. Rumi glared at him, and her ears laid back down. Flat as she glared at him. I'm going to get you back. For Izuku, he quickly jumped over the couch and ran away as Rumi chased him, screaming at him. He made it to the hall and jumped up so his foot landed on the wall, and he used it to make it so Rumi ran under him. He landed on the ground behind her, and before she could react, he quickly tickled her sides. And no, stop, she yelled as he kept tickling her sides, making her laugh. He then ran off and decided to mess with Ryuko. For Ryuko, she was chuckling watching them do this, but did admit she was sad she wasn't part of it, just as she thought that Izuku picked her up, making her squeal in surprise, and dump her on the couch before he started to tickle her as well. Ha, I know. Please stop, haha. Ryuko kept squirming under his hands that kept tickling her sides, and she couldn't handle it. Luckily for her, Rumi saved her by tackling Izuku and pinning him down. Get him, Ryuko. Izuku was now at their mercy as they tickled him, which made him laugh. He managed to break his grip from Rumi's hand, and he grabbed her elongated foot and started to tickle it. The effect was immediate as she was squirming even more from it, and she was laughing like crazy. This continued for a couple more seconds before they all stopped and just laid on the ground, still breathing heavily from all the laughing they just did. Ah, that was fun, said Izuku with a warm smile on his face. Yeah, it was. You're never allowed to tickle me in public, or I'll kick you, said Rumi. No promises. Rumi smacked him with her ear, which made him chuckle. "So why did you do that, Izuku?" said Ryuko, curiously, since he just decided to tickle them completely out of the blue. "I wanted to hear you two laugh. It makes me happy, and also, so we could all just have fun," said Izuku, staring up at the ceiling. Ryuko looked at him and scooted over, placing her head over his heart. "Thank you for making us laugh." A small blush then tinted her cheeks. "And do you really like our laugh?" "MHM. I find both of your laughs nice to hear," said Izuku, smiling. Rumi smiled as her ears laid flat sideways, showing her embarrassment. They then heard a knock on the door, and Izuku stood up along with both of them, and he walked to the door and looked through the peephole and saw his dad. He opened the door. "Hey, D-Dash." "All might, Sir Nightai," said Izuku in complete shock, seeing the number one hero along with his sidekick. "Hello, young Aizawa. How are you feeling?" said All Might with his trademark smile. Aye. He couldn't even speak for how shocked he was. The number one hero was at his house. Rumi and Ryuko were both equally shocked and just stood behind Izuku with wide eyes and open mouths. Aizawa sighed and poked Izuku in the forehead, getting him out of his little episode. "Come on, we need to go inside and talk before someone notices." Izuku nodded his head and walked inside the living room with Rumi and Ryuko right behind him along with the others. He sat on a couch, and both girls sat on either side of him. The others also sat down, and that's when Izuku noticed a small old man with a cane and graying hair and beard. "So, Dad, what's going on?" said Izuku, not sure what to say or do. "All Might is here to speak with you. He's spoken to all the victims of the bombing. All except you, since you were in a coma," said Aizawa. "Young man, how are you feeling?" said All Might. It still hurts a lot. I keep thinking about it. And every time I do, I wish I could have changed something so my mom didn't have to die. It hurts a lot, but thankfully." He then gently held Rumi and Ryuko's hands. "My friends are helping me deal with the pain." Both girls felt their hearts give a beat as a small blush formed on their faces. Is this what Mom said love feels like? The both thought. "I'm glad you're doing better. No words can express how sorry I am for not being able to stop that bomber, and I truly am sorry I couldn't have saved her. I know it wasn't completely my fault, but I do hope I can do something to make up for the pain I caused you," said All Might. Izuku smiled and just looked up at him, continued to save people with a smile. "That's all I can ask." A true smile appeared on All Might's face as he nodded his head. "Very well, I shall with every fiber of my being. I also wish to speak with you about something else. But before that," his gaze then went to the two girls. "How much can you trust these two?" "With every fiber of my being. We've only been friends for a little while, but we created a very strong bond that will help us all become great heroes. Even me. Even though I'm quirkless," said Izuku. Rumi and Ryuko smiled at hearing that, and they both leaned on him, giving him a side hug. All Might smiled at seeing this. He could tell he was telling the truth. "In that case, I can tell them as well, so it'll be easier." "Izuku Aizawa, I want you to be my successor." What? What do you mean, be your successor?" said Izuku, confused beyond belief. All Might then went on to tell the story of his quirk and the two brothers, along with how it has been passed down for the last 200 years. "Young Aizawa, I want you to be my successor and become the next symbol of peace. Or better yet, become something even greater. Become the symbol of hope," said All Might. "I talked to him before this, Izuku. Everything he's saying is completely true," said Aizawa. I accept," said Izuku, with a green inferno being seen in his eyes as his gaze landed right onto All Might's blue eyes. "Excellent. I'll be in contact with you in a week, because I have something very important to do. Once I do that, we shall begin your training," said All Might. Izuku nodded his head. "Get ready for hell, kid, along with your two girlfriends, because I'm going to train you all right into the ground, and you're going to be begging me to end your training," said Gran Torino, hoping to get a rise out of Izuku and the other two. All three blushed and started sputtering, saying they're just friends. They did that for a couple seconds before Izuku's eyes met Torino's. "I won't regret your training, and I'll prove to you and everyone else I am worthy of being All Might's successor." Gran Torino smirked before he stood up and followed the other adults out the door. Once the door closed, Rumi and Ryuko squealed and hugged Izuku, saying how proud they were of him getting to be a successor. They also told him they will both help him every step of the way, which he accepted, but told them he'll do the same for them. Both girls smiled happily, and they looked at each other, and almost as if they read each other's thoughts, they both stood up on their toes and kissed Izuku on his cheeks. Izuku's face went nuclear, and steam exited his ears before his brain short-circuited, and he fell on the ground face first. Outside the apartment, All Might pulled out a piece of his hair and put it in a small vial before he gave it to Aizawa. In case I don't make it back, give this to him once he's strong enough. What do you mean? Said Aizawa. I'm going to be fighting that monster in a couple days, and I'm going to end this once and for all. In case I don't come back, I'll have Gran Torino help train the boy, and I want you to give him the hair when he's ready for it. He will break his bones learning to use it, but he has to push through to get strong enough. Aizawa nodded his head and put the vial in his pocket, and was about to ask something, but Night Eye shook his head no. I already checked, and if you did join us, All for One would steal your quirk and become unstoppable. Listen, Aizawa, no matter what, if we die, you must train him to the point he can defeat this monster. Very well. Good luck, you 3-inch. The three heroes gave him a nod before they left. After they left, Aizawa sighed and looked up at the blue sky. Inko, did I make the right choice? Letting Izuku take this burden or no? Night Eye had his hand pressed against his forehead, trying to stop the bleeding from All for One's last attack. It completely destroyed the area they were in. Nothing, not even a tree, was left standing after that attack. Torino, how are you doing? Said Night Eye, looking at him. Gran Torino wasn't much better. His arm and leg were broken along with 4 ribs. His breathing was getting labored, and yet he was still standing. Gonna take a lot more than that to kill me. Besides, I ain't gonna die till I see the 9th take that idiot's place. A massive concussive blast went through the area, and it almost blew both of them back from the battle the two titans were having. Once the smoke cleared, Night Eye gasped at what he saw. Oh my God. I can see through All Might. Over with All Might, he was kneeled down on the ground, holding his side, trying to keep his insides in him, while also slowing down the BLD. He looked up at All for One and saw the wounds he gave him heal like they were nothing. Oh my All Might, you don't seem so whole or mighty. Tell me, are you eating enough? Said All for One with a dark grin on his face. Oh, I'm eating just fine, and I'll be doing a lot better once you're finished, said All Might. Ha, that's quite funny. You heroes aren't meant to kill unless giving special permission. Not only that, but your hero association wants me captured, said All for One. All Might gritted his teeth and stood up, ignoring the pain. It's true, but I can't let you continue to exist anymore. It doesn't matter. After this day, you will be nothing more than a memory. Both men stared at each other, ready to finally finish this battle. All Might started to gather all his strength in her right arm, and the muscle expanded along with a rainbow of colors seeming to glow around him, with yellow being the most prominent. All for One sent a multitude of quirks to his right arm to increase its strength. Both titans then charged at each other, creating massive dust clouds behind them from the speed they shot off at. A massive explosion and sound wave shook the entire area. It was so powerful that it set off nearby earthquake sensors, showing a level 3 earthquake was going off. Do you think he got him? Said Gran Torino, wiping the dirt from his eyes. Night Eye squinted his eyes, but then smiled at what he could see. The top of All for One's head was gone. But then the horror revealed itself. His arm went right through the center of All Might's chest, barely missing the heart, but completely severing and destroying the spine. Both of them staggered and fell back. Tashinori, yelled Torino as him and Night Eye sprinted towards him. As they continued to run, a purple and black portal opened up, and All for One was taken away before them. Damn it, he escaped. Tashinori, stay with me, yelled Night Eye as he tried to find something to stop the bleeding in his chest. And no, it's too late, wheezed out All Might as his eyes started to get heavy and breathing became more labored. Sensei, Mirai, help Aizawa become an even greater symbol than I was. Help him become a hero that he's meant to be. No, All Might, you'll make it, just stay with me, yelled Night Eye, desperately trying to save his friend's life. Torino sucked in his teeth and forced the tears down. He couldn't save his best friend, and now he couldn't save his student. You know I won't. Night Eye, Sensei, promise me you'll train young Aizawa to be a great hero. He's the one me and one for all chose, said All Might with his breathing getting slower and his eyes started to become more and more glazed. I promise. I'll train the boy to the point he could kick your butt blindfolded, said Torino. I'll help him all I can, said Nightai. Thank you. It's now your turn, Ninth. Please, bring our world to a better place, and make sure they can all smile. All Might then slumped over and had a small, genuine smile on his face as he took his final breath. Torino let out a couple of tears before he reached over and closed All Might's eyes to make him look at peace. What do we do now? Said Nightai. We bury him. Then we train that kid to take up his mantle, and this time we won't fail, said Torino with a hardened glare on his face. My MSTR, look what All Might did to you. The upper part of your head is gone from above your mouth and up, yet you're still alive thanks to that quirk you stole years ago, which allowed you to transfer everything from your brain to your brainstem, said Garaki as he put on his medical gloves. But don't worry, Mr. I'll do everything I can to heal you, though this will be extremely painful. He then took a medical power saw and began cutting away at all the dead or dying tissue on his MSDR's head. Meanwhile, off in the corner of the room stood Shigaraki with a look of complete horror and rage. He clenched his fists so tight they bled before he began to scratch his neck. They will pay. Every single hero will die by my hands. It was the next day, and Izuku was in class after over a week of absence, though the teachers weren't happy about it. So they still made him have to do all his missed schoolwork, and he only had until Wednesday to finish it. Near him were Rumi and Ryuko. They were both doing their own schoolwork. That was what they told the teacher. In reality, both of them are working on some of Izuku's schoolwork to help finish all the class assignments in 2 days. Up in the front of the class, the teacher has a projector on showing a documentary on how people are getting quirks and how the ones without them are becoming obsolete and soon won't even exist. Everyone in the room knew this documentary was specifically chosen because they have Izuku in class and the teacher wants to remind him that he's obsolete. And as you see here, when a kid has a quirk, they lose this extra joint in the pinky toe, while the ones that are quirkless have this extra joint. Because of this, it is easier for us to see who is defective or will be great people in the future, said the man on the documentary, who is known as a major quirk supremacist supporter. The documentary was extremely controversial, and most countries banned them or made it very hard to get. Japan, along with a bunch of others, didn't, and some countries who saw quirkless people as second-class citizens made it mandatory for schools to show this. It went on for a couple more seconds before the screen changed to the national alert screen. They all heard a loud beep, then it changed again, showing a middle-aged woman with a stoical and steely expression, possessing a set of turquoise eyes and ash blonde hair that is slicked back. She wears a black suit jacket and dress along with a purple shirt and a necklace. She was the president of the Public Safety Commission. Hello, people of Japan and the rest of the world. I have sad news for everyone. All Might, the symbol of peace, is dead, she said with a cold, uncaring tone. Everyone in the class, along with everyone in Japan or the world, froze upon hearing this. The number one hero in the world and Japan is dead. Izuku froze when hearing this, and he looked up with wide eyes. It was literally 2 days ago he met All Might, and he told him he was going to be his successor. Rumi and Ryuko looked at Izuku with concern since they knew how much he looked up to All Might. Not only that, but he was his successor, but now All Might was dead. What does this mean now? The class was still left in shock still. Some of them actually began to cry, not believing that All Might was actually dead. He died from a heart attack last night in his sleep peacefully, said the PSC president. Giving his death endeavor is now the number one hero of Japan, and we shall be doing a new top 10 nomination for our heroes. Also, in 1 week from now, our country shall be holding a public funeral for him for all his fans to mourn his loss. The screen then went black before it went to Miracle. The teacher fell into his chair, still trying to wrap his head around everything. His phone then started to ring, and he picked it up, and after a couple seconds, he said something quietly before he hung up. Aizawa, get out. Your father is here for your quirkless, but and also bring those 2 creatures with you, he said, gesturing to Rumi and Ryuko. He didn't really care that he was now openly insulting them at all. Izuku didn't say anything and just packed up his stuff and left with Rumi and Ryuko right behind him. They started to walk down the halls, but once they were in a spot where no one would hear them, Ryuko reached out and grabbed Izuku's shoulder. "Izuku, how are you feeling?" she asked gently. I don't know. Why does it seem like my life just keeps getting harder? I was bullied ever since I was 4 years old, and years later my mom died, and now my soon-to-be mentor is dead, said Izuku as his long hair shadowed his face from both of them. Both girls looked at him with concern, and they both pulled him into a hug. "I know it sucks, but we'll get through this. Just like heroes, we have to push through the hardships to become stronger," said Rumi. Rumi is right. All we can do now is push ourselves harder to make sure no one has to go through what we are going through, said Ryuko. Izuku nodded his head and hugged them back before they all continued to head to the exit, but as they did, they seemed to be walking even closer together. They were all brought to UA and were sitting in Nezu's office. In front of the kids were a heavily bandaged Gran Torino and Nightai. Both heroes were looking at Izuku with calculating eyes. "So, All Might is really dead," said Izuku. "Yes, he sacrificed his life to try and end a monster of unspeakable proportions. Yet even in the end he escaped, but this time he was seriously injured. But knowing that monster, he's still alive and is now in hiding and licking his wounds and gathering his strength," said Nightai. "So, what now?" asked Izuku. Now we train you. We make you strong enough that if that monster comes back, he won't even stand a chance. It will be extremely painful training as we train you to your absolute physical limit to make you strong enough," said Gran Torino. "What about Rumi and Ryuko? They will join you in this training. Though their training will be different from yours, given we're going to train you to be a perfect combination of strength and speed, along with being flexible enough that you can do more," said Gran Torino. "I agree with what he says. Your body isn't built to be all strength like All Might," said Aizawa. "For Usujiyama, I'd say have her train herself to have something close to my fighting style, which is mainly based off fast movements and coming in at unpredictable areas of attack," said Gran Torino. "Though, giving her quirk, she might end up being better than me. You should train yourself to move fast and hit hard relying on your legs. Now, for you Tatsuma, I'd say train yourself to grapple and overpower your enemy. Use your immense strength and size when you're in your dragon form to beat them." Both girls nodded. They agreed with what he said. Given their quirks, it would make the most sense to find a fighting style that worked with instead of against it. "Now listen, kid. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Also, since that monster is still alive and All Might is dead, we're going to have to train you even harder than we originally intended," said Torino. "It's true. We'll have to train you to your breaking point and past it. The world lost its #1 hero, and because we think All for One is still alive, we're going to need to get you as strong, as fast as possible," said Nightai. "But how will I get the quirk? If All Might is dead, he can't pass it on," said Izuku looking at him. "Before All Might left your house that day, he gave your dad one of his hairs, which has one for all in it. Once you get older and stronger, then you'll be giving it, so you will have the quirk," said Nightai. Izuku nodded his head and ran his hand through his long white and black hair in thought. He then looked at his dad, who nodded his head. "All right, but I don't think it would be good for me, Rumi and Ryuko, to stay at the school we are in. We are openly bullied and mocked just for existing or our quirks and lack of 1 inch," said Izuku. "Oh," said Nezu as a grin formed on his face. "Tsukachi just finished going through your middle school. I guess I can have him go for this school now. Then we can shut both down at the same time." Everyone in the room didn't know if it was a good thing or bad thing that Nezu seemed to be involved in this quite heavily. "Izuku, what has this school been doing to you and them? And why didn't you tell me?" said Aizawa looking at his son. "They bully us, sometimes physically. They mock us and try and run us down into the ground like we're nothing more than trash. The teachers try their hardest to make our lives horrible, all because I don't have a quirk and they have mutation quirks," said Izuku. "For the reason why I didn't tell you anything was for the same I didn't tell you at my other school. The teachers hide the evidence and would make it next to impossible to prove the truth. Plus, they all hate us, so no one will snitch." Aizawa looked down and clenched his fists. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his son's life a good one. It was all because of that stupid test, and because school forced you to admit what your quirk is to all the staff in your class. Well, in that case, I'll take them in and have them learn here at UA, said Nezu, getting looks of shock from everyone. Nezu, how you do plan to do that? We are a high school and not a junior high, said Izawa. Oh, quite simple. Have the staff teach them during free time, said Nezu. Of course he would have us teach them during our free time, thought Izawa. Now that this is decided, why don't we let the 3 kids go and do whatever they wish? After today's events, I believe they deserve to have some time to themselves, said Nezu. The others nodded, and Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko left Nezu's office and were heading to the exit of UA. So, what would you two want to do now? Said Izuku, looking at them. Actually, and my mom would like to meet you. She's seen you a couple times, but she would like to talk to you, said Rumi as she played with her hair. Sure, you okay with it, Ryuko? Said Izuku, looking at her. It's been a little while since I've seen Mito, so it'll be nice, said Ryuko. And so they all left, heading to Rumi's house. I promise you, All Might, I will become an even greater hero than you, and I will avenge your death, thought Izuku. Izuku got kicked across the face and fell to the ground, holding his cheek in pain. He looked up at Gran Torino, who shook his head. You need to be faster, kid. Do you think villains are going to let you make mistakes, said Gran Torino, looking at him. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'll do better, said Izuku as he forced his body up and wiped the BLD from his face. Let's keep going. I'm All Might's successor, and I can't keep standing around. Very well, kid, but that's enough with fight training. We're going back to strength training and flexibility, said Gran Torino. He then looked over to Rumi and Ryuko, seeing them training just as hard as Izuku. Rumi was bouncing around the room as fast as she can to hit all the marks around the room, trying to beat Gran Torino's record, which was 70 points in 15 seconds on the dot. Rumi was only able to get 27 points in 15 seconds, showing how far she had to go to get to his level. For Ryuko, she was trying to do a half transformation, but was finding it extremely difficult to do. The farthest she got so far was draconic arms and wings, but could only hold it for 10 seconds. Torino looked back over at Izuku, who was lifting weights on the bench. It was 70 pounds heavier than he was supposed to go, but he didn't care and kept pushing himself as hard as could without tearing to many muscles. Ever since your death, Tashinori, they have been training till their breaking point, especially Aizawa, he thought. They were all at UA training, and Recovery Girl was also watching over them to help heal them after training, since they all trained to the point they collapse. Nezu gave them all a training room that's specifically for them to use and not be bothered by the other students of UA. Speaking of Nezu, him and Tsukachi found far more than enough evidence on both schools, Aldera Junior High and the one that Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko used to go to. In front of Aldera Junior High, a car pulled up to the school, and Nezu walked out of the car along with Aizawa and Detective Tsukachi. Around the block were a bunch of police cars along with some D and C rank heroes, in case some of the teachers or students do something. Nezu walked up to the gates and saw the principal standing at the front entrance with a warm smile on his face. As he walked to the entrance, he remembered the conversation he had with Izuku. No, I want Kaken to come to UA, said Izuku. But why? He bullied you, said Aizawa, looking at his son. I want him to see me become a hero. I don't care if he ends up in the hero course or not. I just want him to be here and see that I could be a hero. But if he can't change, then I won't stop you, Principal Nezu, said Izuku. Nezu was pulled out of his thoughts when the principal began talking. Why, hello, Principal Nezu, it's such an honor that you could visit our wonderful school, he said with a smile. Why, yes, it is. It's quite nice to see your school. Now, if you don't mind, I was hoping you could gather all your students and staff together, because I like to talk to them all, said Nezu. The principal nodded his head and led Nezu to the gym, which also acted as an auditorium. It took a couple of minutes, but soon everyone was present. Nezu looked them all over, and his eyes specifically gazed towards the teachers Katsuki Bakugo, Takeo, and his lackeys. My, it's such a great honor to be here and see all of your smiling faces. I mean, after all of you smile as you beat, tortured, lied, falsified tests, abused and scarred an innocent boy, all because he didn't have a quirk, and because of that you all decided to make his life a living hell. Oh, it wasn't only every single person I'm staring at right now. He even went to a new school and made friends, but now they're getting bullied and mocked for having mutation quirks, which is blatant quirkism, said Nezu. W, what are you talking about? We'd never do anything like that. Our school motto is to always accept people as they are, said the principal. That is a lie, said Tsukachi, walking forward. I lead an investigation here 2 weeks ago where I interviewed your staff, and every single one of them lied to an officer on duty. Indeed, and along with all of the physical and mental abuse done on the child, along with the fact that we even found evidence that the school paid off some of the officers to ignore any claims of abuse against child. Thanks to all of that, the staff will immediately be sent to prison while the students will all be blacklisted from ever attending a hero school. They will also be sent to a juvenile detention center. Nezu then snapped his fingers, and police officers, along with a couple of heroes, walked into the room and started arresting all of the students and staff. Some of them protested and screamed, but it was all ignored as they were all dragged away, except for Katsuki, who was handcuffed. Katsuki Bakugo, am I correct? Said Nezu, walking up to him with Aizawa and Tsukachi behind him. Why, yes, sir, he said, nervous for what the principal of UA was going to say. You will still go to UA, but with one big difference. You shall wear a quirk suppressant bracelet at all times. Not only that, but you shall attend general studies course until I say otherwise, said Nezu. What? You can't D-dash. He stopped mid-sentence as Nezu's eyes gained an evil gleam to them that all but screamed death. Oh, trust me, I can. But since you snapped at me, the punishment will be even more severe. You'll have to do 40 hours of mandatory therapy every 2 weeks. Not only that, but you'll have up to 900 hours of community service. Also, if you ever snap or bully or even threaten someone physically or mentally, you should be dropped from UA and giving straight to the police, and I should make sure you'll never see the light of day again, said Nezu. Katsuki fled his BLD, run cold as he looked at him. Now you can leave and answer a bunch of Tsukachi's questions along with getting your bracelet, said Nezu as he watched him get dragged away. You should have let me beat him black and blue, said Aizawa, watching Katsuki getting dragged away. I never said you couldn't. I mean, there's a reason why I did, asked Tsukachi, to put him in interrogation without any cameras, said Nezu as he took a sip of tea. I owe you one, Aizawa said before he walked away, following the police convoy in his own car. Indeed you do, but I'll ask for payment at a later date, said Nezu before he slowly disappeared in his own shadow, leaving no trace he was even present. Elsewhere in Izuku's old preschool, in the school that Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko all attended, raids similar to this happened to them as well. Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko got done training for the day, and they were all caked in sweat and covered in bruises. Right now, they were all on a train heading to Rumi's home since she invited them over. Izuku and Ryuko brought a fresh pair of clothes to take a shower, so they didn't stink from today's training. Man, Torino sure kicks hard, said Ryuko, holding her side in pain. Izuku looked at her with his face being covered in bruises, along with a couple of bandages that were still healing and should be gone in a couple hours thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk. You have no idea, Ryuko. Ryuko felt a little bad and leaned over, pulling him into a hug while also leaning against him. Sorry about that, I forgot. He trains you the hardest, she said. He returned the hug, which made her let out a happy growl, giving her cords were now vibrating. It's okay. We are all training as hard as we can so we can all be heroes. Rumi then put her phone away and looked at them. My mom said she isn't going to be home until really late tonight, so we can order something or cook something with any food that's in the fridge or freezer, she said. It sucks she has to work so much to pay for everything, said Izuku, looking at her. Yeah, I want to be a great hero and make enough money so my mom can finally retire, since she had to sacrifice so much to just raise me, Rumi said as her ears laid flat down. Izuku rubbed her back, and Ryuko reached over, taking her hand to give her own comfort. You'll be a great hero, Rumi, and I'm sure you will allow her to finally retire, said Izuku. Ugh, I can't believe you want to be a hero just to make money, said a person in a seat on the opposite side of the aisle and had a very nasally voice. The three looked up and saw a large and very sweaty man that was balding very badly. You people only care about money, and it's extremely selfish to want to be a hero to make money so your mom can retire. The three of them looked at him as if he was an idiot. How is wanting to make money so your parents can retire selfish? They sacrifice so much to raise us, and we want to make their lives easier as payment for raising us, said Izuku, not understanding it. It just is. Don't question it. It's just very selfish and self-centered to want to make money so your parents can retire, he yelled out. Now everyone in the train cabin looked at him like he was missing a bunch of screws. Thankfully, the train came to a stop, and it was Izuku's, Rumi's, and Ryuko's stop. They quickly got off and left the man since they didn't want to deal with stupid this late into the day. As they walked, Rumi decided to voice her opinion. So me being selfless by making money and giving it to the very person that raised me and made sure I had everything I wanted or needed, even though she has to work 2 jobs and is barely ever home. It's selfish to do that. What does that make any sense? What is he going to do now? Make me seem like a stuck-up beach that only care about money? That just sounds stupid. I don't know about either of you, but I think that would be an amazing thing to do. I mean, imagine making enough money that you can let your parents retire, said Izuku. They all just agreed that man was an idiot and hoped they never had to meet him or people like him again. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at Rumi and her mom's apartment, which was in the poorer part of the city, giving it looked a little run down, but was still clean. All 3 of them walked up the stairs since the elevator was broken and entered her apartment. It was a small 2-bedroom apartment with a small living room and kitchen and a bathroom. It had a couch and a recliner along with a 40-inch TV with a small coffee table before it. It had a typical Japanese home aesthetic, and on the walls were a couple pictures of Rumi and her mom, or Rumi and Ryuko together. It's not much, but I hope you like it, she said, sounding embarrassed since this is the first time Izuku has ever been over. It's really nice, Rumi. So what are we going to eat, and who's taking a shower first? Said Izuku. I'll go first, and you 2 decide what to eat, said Ryuko as she walked down the hall to the only door on the left and entered it. Pizza, said Rumi, looking at him. I'm fine with that. Just a regular pepperoni, or do you want something else, said Izuku. Nope, that's fine. That's what me and Ryuko or my mom get usually. That or me and my mom get the vegetarian kind, said Rumi. Okay, so you want me to order it, or do you want to, said Izuku. I got it. Just go and look around. Also, my room is the first door on the right, so you don't accidentally walk into my mom, said Rumi. Izuku nodded his head and looked around the apartment. It was simply a typical Japanese home with a warm family feeling in it. He then walked past the bathroom and looked at Rumi's room, seeing that it has a simple bed, posters along with books, and a small desk with a laptop. The room also had some light workout equipment and a small TV. He then headed back to the living room and just stood around waiting for the shower, since he didn't want the furniture to stink. An hour later, and 3 showers later, they were all on the couch with the same routine, Izuku in the middle, while both girls were on either side of him. They decided to try a horror movie as a dare from Rumi. The girls immediately regretted it, while Izuku, he wasn't even fazed, giving his dad actually loves horror movies, so Izuku grew desensitized to them. On the screen, a man was climbing down the ladder, trying to escape the monster while ignoring his team, telling him to go the other way. He turned his flashlight on way, then the other, and saw the creature as it screamed at him before killing him. Ryuko let out a shriek while Rumi was covering her eyes with her ears, trying not to watch it. Well, he should have listened to his team, said Izuku, unfazed. How are you not scared? Seethed Ryuko, looking at him and back at the screen. My dad likes horror movies and let me watch them growing up, though when my mom found out he did that. He woke up in Recovery Girl's office, covered in bandages, said Izuku. Both girls could honestly see that happening. They went back to the movie and continued to watch it, but as it kept getting scarier, they used Izuku as a safety shield from the creature, even though it didn't exist. After a while, the movie ended, and both of them sighed in relief. So want to watch the next one? Said Izuku with a raised eyebrow. SSS, sure, I wasn't as scared at all, said Rumi, failing at trying to seem brave. Ryuko looked like she just wanted to die. She hated horror movies. Izuku put in the second one, and this one was more action-packed, but had plenty of jump scares which made even Rumi scream, especially when Ripley and Newt were trapped in a room with a face higher. The horror got worse when they got to the scene when the alien queen wounded the robot, because right then they heard a knock on the door. Ah! Both of them screamed and simply hid behind Izuku. He tried to calm them down as they all heard the door get opened and Mito walked in. What's with all the screaming? It's 10 at night, she said, honestly confused. We were watching the Alien franchise, said Izuku, as he tried to comfort them both and calm them down. Wait, are we talking about the two good movies or the crappy other ones? Said Mito with narrowed eyes. The first two, said Izuku. Okay, good. Otherwise I would have kicked all of you in next week, she said as she put her bags down and walked to the kitchen to grab a slice of pizza. So after this is done, y'all want to watch Predator? Or better yet, a really scary horror movie. The color drained for both Rumi and Ryuko. They couldn't handle another horror movie. I wouldn't mind, but I don't think they will survive, said Izuku. Mito let out a giggle at that. She looked at her daughter and her best friend and could tell they definitely wouldn't survive another horror movie, given how clingy they were to Izuku. If they watched another, they might crush him to death, especially if it's an actual horror movie. So, Aizawa, are you staying the night? Asked Mito, curiously, since it was getting late. If you're okay with that. If not, I can call my aunt or uncle, or I could just take a train ride, said Izuku. Nah, it's fine, I don't mind. Just make sure these two don't scream if you decide to watch another movie, since I'm planning to go to bed and enjoy tomorrow off from both jobs, said Mito. Sweet. So where will I be sleeping? Said Izuku. You can sleep on the couch or in Rumi's room. I think we have an extra futon, but if not, just sleep wherever, said Mito. She didn't have to worry about anything, given they were too young for anything to happen. At most, it might be a kiss on the cheek or cuddling without realizing that's what it is. Okay, well, thank you, Usajiyama-san, said Izuku. Just call me Mito. Anyways, good night, kids, and don't stay up too late. It may be a weekend, but I don't need all three of you sleeping till 11 in the afternoon, she said before she went to her room. The three of them laughed at that and played a different movie, which was more action-packed. As they watched it, they all ended up passing out with Rumi curled up in lap while holding one of Izuku's hands. Ryuko was leaning against him and used his arm as a blanket. For Izuku, he simply dozed off, sleeping happily. Mito woke up not long after that to check up on them. When she saw this, she couldn't help but smile, and she took a picture before she draped a blanket over them and kissed Rumi and Ryuko on the foreheads. She then gently ran her hand over Izuku's head. Thank you for being their friend, Aizawa. You have no idea how much that means to them, and to me seeing them happy, she whispered, before going back to bed. 3 years later. It's been 3 long years since Izuku's life changed so drastically. He was now 13 years old and well on his way to UA. Him, Rumi, and Ryuko only have 2 more years until they officially become UA students. Over the years, the 3 of them have become next to inseparable, and they are always together, hanging out somewhere or at one another's house where they would then spend the night. For Izuku's training, he picked it up and was even stronger than before. His body was perfectly built for strength, speed, and flexibility while not sacrificing anything. Given how his training was, instead of his muscles bulking up in size, they just kept getting denser and more defined, which Rumi and Ryuko loved. Gran Torino told him by this rate, when he gets OFA, he should be able to use at least 15% with no consequences, 25% if desperate. Any higher than that, and he'll start to break bones and destroy his muscles. Speaking of Rumi and Ryuko, they have gotten even stronger. For Rumi, she mastered Gran Torino's fight style, but is now trying to create her own, which relies heavily on kicks. For her own strength, her legs are now so strong that she could tear a steel door in half with sheer torque and power. The only thing she hated is that she hasn't gotten much taller. She's been the same 5 feet 2 inches and a half for over half a year now, and hasn't grown at all since. For Ryuko, physically she was the strongest among them. Even in her human form, if she isn't careful, she could bend a 2-inch thick piece of steel as if it's nothing. For her dragon form, she now has complete control of it and can even do half transformations without having to struggle to maintain it. Though both girls are now facing a new problem. PBRTY and heat. They both talked to Recovery Girl, and she told them that both of their quirks are animal-related. They will go through cycles of heat, where they will have a very strong longing to mate. Especially Ryuko, and she was also informed that when it happens, her body will naturally release an odor that will make the one she chooses as a mate want her very badly. Not only that, but herself will try very desperately to mate with said person. Safe to say both girls left her office redder than stop sign, and steam could even be seen escaping both of them. They were giving special medication that will help dampen the effects, but not stop it or else it would cause them both health problems since they are still growing, and it's something the body naturally does. Something else that has changed is ever since All Might's death crime has spiked up like crazy, even with Endeavor stepping in as number one, he can't hold a candle to what All Might was able to do. Crime has gone up from 6% to 17%, and it's still rising. But even with this, some people in charge have been trying to defend villains more and gave them benefits in hopes to stop them. If the villains were hurt badly by a hero or police, then said hero or the city would have to pay for his or her medical insurance until that person was completely healed plus benefits. Not only that, but the government signed in a new law to stop vigilantism by making it if you use your quirk even for self-defense, you'll be charged and have to defend yourself in court regardless of the situation. Because of this, villains got even bolder in attacks, and murders along with kidnapping increased by 10%. On the sidewalk, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were heading to Izuku's home. It was also the middle of winter, and safe to say both of the girls were freezing given the cold. Ryuko had to wear a special heated jacket along with pants to stop herself from going into hibernation. For Rumi, she was wearing thick clothes since she hated the cold. She absolutely hated the cold even more than Ryuko did. "It's so cold," said Rumi as she had her arms tucked in. Another thing that has happened over the years thanks to Gran Torino's training and Rumi herself doing this is that she has become much more vocal and violent and grew a fierce love for fighting on the edge. Though when alone or with the other two, she turns back into her loving, cuddly self that enjoys cuddling with them both, especially Izuku, since he was warm or comfy. Ryuko nodded her head while trying to use Izuku as a windbreak from the cold. "It are really eyes," she stuttered from the cold. "Don't worry, you two, we are only a block away," said Izuku. "So, Izuku, how are tea things with you, Dad, and that woman named Yemi?" said Rumi. "They're doing good. I still have yet to meet her, though my dad did say I'll meet her really soon since she really wants to meet me," he said. "Aor, why you going TT to be okay?" said Ryuko. She knew that Inko's death hit them both really hard, and both of them have been mourning for a very long time. Izuku's dad only recently got back into dating because Nemuri forced him to, since she said him and Izuku need more happiness in their lives. "Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm just really nervous about it," said Izuku as they walked up the steps to his apartment. "Well, if she is mean, I'll kick her in next week," said Rumi as she shivered from another strong breeze of cold air. "Thanks, Rumi. I really appreciate that," said Izuku as he unlocked the door, and they all walked in, and he turned on the light. "Why you dug me in now?" said Ryuko to Izuku as she took off her heavy boots and snow pants along with jacket. "I'll make you some hot chocolate," said Rumi as she went off into the kitchen. Izuku nodded and finished taking off his snow clothes and sat on the couch, where Ryuko immediately latched onto him, basically sitting on him, and pulled a blanket over them to warm up. He just laughed lightly and rubbed his arms up and down her back to warm her up. Elsewhere in a park, both Aizawa and Emi were walking through with their hands brushing against each other every once in a while. They weren't officially dating, but they wanted to. The only thing really stopping them was if Izuku approved, since he was a big part of his dad's life, and he wanted to make sure his son would be okay with this. "You okay, Shota?" said Emi, looking at him with slight concern in her eyes. "Yeah, just thinking and hoping Izuku will be okay with this. I mean, from what I've seen and heard, kids, or even teens, don't always have the best connection with a parent's new lover because they are basically shoehorned in. I don't want that. I want you and him to get along well, and maybe one day we could be something more," said Aizawa. Emi smiled at hearing that. She knew the whole story thanks to Nemuri, along with Shota telling her about Inko. She couldn't even imagine what they went through, especially Izuku, since his life was just getting better, but then he lost his mother on a day that was supposed to bring happiness since it was celebrating his birthday a little early. As long as we are slow and I don't force my way into his life, I think we will be okay. Even though we've technically been together for a little over 6 months, I do hope that eventually we can officially be together. I know that if we do, I will never replace Inko in either of your lives, but I'd like to at least be a part of them and make you both happy," said Emi. Aizawa nodded his head before he took a deep breath and took her hand, giving a light squeeze. "I hope so too, and I think." I think I'm ready for you to come and meet Izuku. Fair warning, his friends are with him. Are you sure they're just friends? From what you've said, I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually dating, said Emmy. Yes, they're just friends. My son is a little dense, but those three have been so consumed in training that they haven't actually noticed how close they are. I'd give it till a round, or in UA, that they will officially get together, said Izawa. I'm still quite surprised you're okay with your son basically having two girlfriends, said Emmy. They make him happy. While I was busy doing hero work and my son was suffering, they came in at the perfect time and saved him. He also saved them, and after that they have been inseparable and are always together, said Izawa. Emmy looked down sadly because of the first part. Even after all these years, he still blamed himself for not being in Izuku's life enough to help him with the bullying, or how the schools basically ruined Izuku's life until he met Rumi and Ryuko. It isn't your fault, Shota. You didn't know, and also you're not the best when it comes with things to do with emotions, said Emmy. I know, but I still feel responsible, he said. Emmy stopped both of them from walking and gently cupped his cheeks before she stood up on her toes and kissed him. After a couple seconds, they stopped, and she looked up at him with a blush on her face. It isn't your fault, Shota. The school hid it all, and you were so busy with hero work and making sure your enemies never found out about your connection to your family that you didn't know. All you can do now is make up for all of that and make sure you don't mess up, said Emmy. Thank you, Emmy, he said quietly. Back at the apartment, the three preteens were still on the couch watching TV while cuddling, trying to warm up, especially Ryuko, since she was cold-blooded, so she had to use lots of heaters to stay warm. They were watching some movie called The Dark Knight that Izuku's dad had. They all agreed that this movie was really good. Man, for a movie that's this old, it looks absolutely amazing, said Izuku, watching Batman use his motorcycle to flip a massive semi-truck. I agree, it's amazing. Plus, I love how brutal he is with the enemies. Hey, maybe we should do that and make our enemies fear us, said Rumi. That actually does hold some merit. Ryuko, what do you think? Said Izuku. As long as we don't take it too far, I don't see anything wrong with that, she said while still using Izuku as a heater to warm her body up. Hell yeah, we'll just have to ask the old fart to train us to do that, she said with a savage grin. It would definitely work, but remember that villains now have even more rights to protect them because of the new Prime Minister and his party, said Izuku. Both girls sighed at remembering that. Now people were even more reliant on heroes since they basically had no way to protect themselves, since any form of self-defense was continuously shrinking and being taken away. Come on, let's go back to watching the movie and not thinking about this, said Izuku. They nodded and went back to the movie. After about 20 minutes, they heard the door getting unlocked, and then Izawa walked in. Izuku, I'm home. I also have someone I want you to meet, he said. Rumi and Ryuko looked at him with slight worry, since they had an idea who that might be. For Izuku, he was worried as well, but stood up and walked to the door. When he arrived, he saw his father, and next to him was a peeling woman with light green hair and eyes. She had a very warm smile on her face and was wearing heavy winter clothing. Izuku, this is Emmy. Emmy, this is my son Izuku, said Izawa nervously. Both of them looked at each other for a while before Emmy decided to take the plunge first and stepped forward and extended her hand. Hi, it's nice to meet you, Izawa. Your dad talks very highly of you. Izuku looked at her for a moment, not saying anything, and he slowly took her hand and shook it. It's nice to meet you as well. So far, so good, thought Shota. So, how are you? Said Emmy. I'm doing good. Me, Rumi, and Ryuko are watching The Dark Knight, said Izuku. Oh, I remember that movie, it's really good, said Emmy with a smile. Shota saw a tiny smile appear on Izuku's face, but quickly disappear. Me and Shota don't want to interrupt you in your friend's movie, but, maybe could we talk after it's done? Said Emmy. Izuku nodded his head and walked away to the living room, where he sat down back on the couch with both Rumi and Ryuko, who went back to leaning on him as they watched the movie. For Shota and Emmy, they went to the kitchen and talked while making sure to keep their voices quiet so they don't interrupt the movie. Almost an hour later, the movie ended, and Izuku spoke to Rumi and Ryuko before he stood up and told Emmy he can talk to her now. Both of them went into his room, and Izuku sat on his bed while Emmy sat on his desk chair, and the atmosphere was very tense. It was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Emmy looked around his room, seeing posters of heroes along with a couple family pictures, and even some photos of Izuku with Ryuko and Rumi all together hanging out. On his bed was a black cat that was napping, while in the corner of the bed was a black sleeping bag for him. Rumi and Ryuko don't let him use it when they end up sleeping next to each other. "So what do you want to talk about?" said Izuku, looking at her. I just want to make some things clear, so you don't end up thinking the wrong things. I'm with your dad because I really like him and no other reason. Also, I just wanted to tell you that I'm not going to try and replace your mother. I'll never be able to replace her, and I know that, and I'll never try to replace her. All I'm asking is if I could have permission to officially date your dad. A big part of his life is taking care of you, and he doesn't want you to be outcast or that he's trying to get away from you. He wants you to be a part of this, and if you're willing, I'd like to be a part of your life," said Emmy. Izuku remained silent for a moment, processing everything she said. He took a deep breath and looked at her. I guess I can allow you to date my dad. And thank you for not trying to replace my mom and respecting my opinion. Thank you. Also, I know what it's like having to have a step-parent or the possibility of one. I had a stepfather, and I'm going to be the same way he was with me. I'll always be here if you ever need me, but I'll never overstep my bounds and try to control you or ever truly try to be your mom unless you want me to," said Emmy. "What was it like having a step-parent?" He said. "It was different. My mom and dad got divorced when I was little, and then years later she met my now stepdad and ended up getting together. A little while later, I finally met him, and he told me he won't overstep his bounds. He was always nice to me and made sure I was happy. Plus, whenever my mom or dad were busy, he'd help me out when I needed it," said Emmy. "Okay, thank you again," said Izuku. Emmy nodded her head and walked over and patted Izuku. She would have hugged him, but she didn't want to overstep her bounds. When she did that, Izuku didn't know how to describe it, but it felt like his mother was the one who was doing that. Emmy was about to walk away when she felt him grab her sleeve. "Aizawa, please don't go," he said quietly as a tear rolled down his cheek. "Please don't leave me." Emmy didn't know what it was, but she quickly sat on the bed and hugged him while rubbing his back to comfort him. "Mom, please don't go. I don't want to lose you," he croaked out. She now understood why. She remembered hearing about this a while ago, that some kids, when they feel certain types of affection that they were missing, they remember the last time they received it from that person and mistake the person for him or her. "Sure, it's okay, Izuku. It's okay," she said, holding him and letting him let out all his pain. "Why? Mom, why did you have to leave me? Why couldn't it have been me?" said Izuku as he held on to Emmy, as he cried away the pain he's had bottled up. Emmy just continued to hold him and continued to comfort him. "She never truly left you, Izuku. She's always here with you. She'll always be here if you ever need her. She will always be in your heart with you." After a couple of minutes of Izuku crying, he finally managed to stop and wipe the tears away. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that," he said. "It's okay, you needed that. Everyone needs to eventually let out the pain they have built up in them," she said, smiling to try and comfort him. Izuku nodded his head and wiped the last of his tears away. "Also, I'm sorry for mistaking you for my mom. It's just, I don't know why, but it felt like she was here. And I was so desperate not to let it go. Like I said, it's okay, and I'm glad you were able to let it out. Also, she will always be right here," said Emmy as she touched right where his heart was. "Right, we should head back. I think my dad wants to spend more time with you, and I promised both Rumi and Ryuko will finish the Dark Knight trilogy today," said Izuku. "All right, let's go," she said. When she followed him, she heard a whisper in her ear, "Thank you." She turned around and looked but saw nothing and thought maybe she was just hearing things. Everyone went into the living room to watch the final movie in the Dark Knight trilogy. Emmy was leaning against Shota, while for Izuku, he was sitting in the middle of both Rumi and Ryuko, as usual. But as they did, their hands were close and almost touching. Outside of the apartment, Inko saw this and smiled, seeing that her family was happy and finally moving on from her death. "Thank you, Nezu. I don't know how to repay you." "No need for that. I'm just happy to help. After all, everyone deserves something like this," said Nezu with a smile. Inko nodded her head and bowed to him. "Please watch over them," she said before she vanished. "Don't worry, I will," said Nezu as he finished his tea and simply blinked away leaving no trace he was even there in the first place. 1 year later, "So, kid, are you ready for the quirk?" said Gran Torino, standing in the UA gym and looking at him. Next to him was Nightai, who was reading some documents on the Yakuza. Izuku nodded his head, while finishing tying his long hair in a ponytail. He was wearing a tank top and shorts that showed how well built he was. He was very muscular for his age, but Gran Torino and Nightai, along with his dad, made sure that he was more lean, so he could be more flexible S&D agile. He also stood at a comfortable 5'6" thanks to his diet, genes, and training. Along his body were numerous scars from both training and his bullies from long ago. He had a one on his face, which he was self-conscious about, but both Rumi and Ryuko said they liked it and it looked good on him. Speaking of those two, they are both in the gym as well. Rumi has reached a height of 5 feet 2 inches a couple months ago and hasn't grown a single inch since then, which seriously pissed her off. Though her more feminine features have grown greatly, which did make other women jealous, both around her age and some older women. Ryukyu now stood at 5 feet 4 inches and seemed to still be growing, and much like Rumi, her more feminine features grew greatly, which did the same, and both PSS off and make other women jealous. Both of them were in training outfits, which consisted of leggings and tank tops as well, but they both wore sports BRs which struggled to contain their bountiful chests, which they specifically wore to get Izuku's attention. "Yes, sensei, I'm ready," said Izuku as he looked at the small container in his hand that he's been training his body to be ready for the last 4 years. He opened it, and with some disgust, he ate the hair, though when he did eat it, he felt a strange spark, almost as if something has always been missing from his life. "Ugh, tastes like lots of hair gel and spray," said Izuku in disgust. "I still can't get over the fact it's transferred by eating hair," said Rumi. "Though if what the old man says is true, that's how it's always been done." A tick mark formed on Gran Torino's forehead. "You're walking a thin line, rabbit. Did you forget to eat your carrots?" A tick mark formed on Rumi's forehead now. "That's rich coming you. Or do I need to speak louder, given your old age?" "Oh, please, even with my age, I could still kick your butt, rabbit." Tough talk coming from a guy who has to eat soft foods. "I already beat your record, and now you're just sour about it. Brat. Old geezer. Pellet muncher. Senile old man." Both of them continued to insult each other, and everyone could see a bolt of lightning going off between them. "How long do you think they will be like this?" said Izuku to Ryuko. "I might say about 10 more minutes," said Ryuko with a light chuckle. "Probably. So did you discover anything new with your training?" said Izuku looking at her. "Well, recovery girl checked my throat when I was in my dragon form, and found out that I can breathe fire if the organ she saw was what it was, though she told me trying to use it would be like using a muscle that's never been touched," said Ryuko. "That's amazing, Ryuko. If you're able to that, you'd be even harder to defeat," said Izuku as he broke out into a mutter storm he tried very hard to control. Ryuko looked at him and let out a small giggle. Her and Rumi found his muttering to be cute. She honestly didn't know how people could find it creepy. She reached over and poked his cheek, getting his attention. "Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get better control over that," said Izuku with a blush. "Don't worry, it's okay. Besides, it's cute," said Ryuko, which made Izuku look away to try and hide his blush. "So, when will your dad and Emmy get back from their honeymoon?" said Ryuko. "For what my dad said, either sometime this week or next week. Just depends on how long they decide to stay," said Izuku. "I guess that makes sense. So, are you going to stay at your house, or at me or Rumi's?" said Ryuko as she played with a piece of her hair while looking away. But then her gaze went back to him, and she had to bite her lip to not do what her instincts were telling her. Before Izuku could respond, he heard Torino's and Rumi's screaming. "You short little SHD. Who are you calling short? I've seen piles of SHD taller you're small, but why don't you come down here and let me show you?" "Oh, it's on." "Not again. Thought everyone watching this." A couple hours later, Izuku was standing in one of the more open training grounds. Everyone else was standing behind him watching him to see him try and use OFA. Izuku took a deep breath and thought of how Gran Torino explained it to him. "I have to search deep within myself and find a massive well of power. Then I have to will it to the surface." After only a couple of seconds, he felt it, and it felt like he was standing in front of a massive ocean of power. He slowly reached out and grabbed the power, and it felt right. It truly felt like a piece of him that was always missing was now in place. Everyone saw green and white lightning surround him. Pink lines also started to form around his body as the amount of power he was grabbing was massive. Izuku then sent it all to his right arm, and the amount of power he sent made it feel like his muscle fibers were literally tearing themselves apart. Yelled Izuku as he threw his punch forward. A massive air blast shot forth and destroyed everything in its path, and even taking out 3 entire blocks of the training city before him. Once the dust settled, they all saw the destruction before them, and most were shocked at seeing the amount of damage Izuku did was beyond insane, since it was just a single punch. That was on par with All Might's 100% Texas Smash, said Night Eye in complete shock seeing this. If Izuku was this strong now, then he'd far surpass All Might by the time he reaches 20, let alone his prime. The dust finished settling, and they all saw Izuku on the ground holding his arm in pain. It wore purple in color from being broken, and some of the muscles were torn. His arm was also bleeding badly from the torn skin. That hurts, said Izuku, trying his best not to scream out in pain, but finding it incredibly hard. Izuku, yelled Rumi and Ryuko in horror seeing this, and they quickly ran forward as fast as they could and grabbed and held him. Izuku, are you okay? Said Ryuko before she finally got a good look at how bad his arm was, and her face got an entire shade whiter. Don't worry, I'm here to help the young boy, though I recommend you work on the control so this doesn't happen again, said Recovery Girl as she kissed his arm, which healed it completely, giving Izuku's stamina that he spent almost his whole life training for. I feel way more tired than normal, said Izuku groggily, giving the amount of stamina it needed. It's because it had to heal broken bones, torn muscles, and skin. It's only thanks to all your training it isn't worse, and you have enough stamina to stay conscious, said Recovery Girl. He then stood up, albeit a little wobbly, but was able to regain his balance. So what will I do now, Sensei? Now that you know what 100% is, I want you to train so you can only use the bare minimum. Then we're going to work our way up until we know what your maximum is without damaging your body, said Gran Torino. Once I help you out on your fighting style and control, then Night-Eye will take over to help cover any holes you will have. Izuku nodded his head. When do we begin? Now, you have a little over a year to get as much of a handle with it as possible before the UA entrance exam. 3 months later. Over the last 3 months, Izuku gained a massive amount of control over One for All. He was able to use 20% with 0 strain, but his vision couldn't keep up with it, so he had to start with 5% and work his way up. He also worked on making it so he could last as long as possible with his quirk active. So far, he's able to keep it going for over 3 hours before he started to get fatigued. Something else him and Torino noticed over the training was that he had an unnatural bond with the quirk. He didn't even struggle with learning how to turn it on and off. Not only that, but Izuku told him that sometimes he'd have visions of people trying to call out to him, especially a white-haired man with green eyes. For Rumi, she has been helping him find a good combat style with his legs since she trained to fight mainly with them. So far, her training has been bearing fruit, and he can use his legs just as easily as his arms. For Ryuko, she made amazing progress with her quirk and can now breath fire, but it's only in short bursts, and if she ate a massive amount of meat to act as fuel for it. Though she hated it since it made her feel bloated, plus she can only eat it in her dragon form, or else she'd puke. And with Night-Eye hasn't been around as much as normal since he mentioned something about finding a student he took in as an intern and is currently in the process of training him. He also mentioned something about investigating the remnants of the Yakuza since they have been very shady lately and slowly becoming more bold. His dad and stepmother Emmy have been extremely supportive of him. They try and help him train as much as they can. His dad helps by constantly canceling his quirk and forcing him to fight without it. He even began teaching him how to fight with a knife and gave him one once he was able to knock it out of his dad's hand. Emmy has filled the role of his mom, but makes sure to never overstep his bounds. She even tries to always make him and Aizawa smile every chance she gets. The scary part is when she cooks and both him and his dad are sleeping and ignore her. They still have the bruises even after 2 weeks. 4 months later, after 4 more months of training, Izuku finally got up to 15%, and his eyes can keep up with the massive amounts of speed, though when he gets up to that level, then none of his teachers or even Rumi can keep up with his speed or strength. As of right now, Izuku is shooting through the city at insane speeds, looking like nothing more than a bolt of white and green lightning. He jumped off the side of a building before shooting off, and in quick succession, kicking a 2-pointer before he did a Delaware smash and destroying a group of 3-pointers. He then turned around and saw Rumi jump over him and drop-kick a 3-pointer, destroying it instantly. "Good job, Rumi," said Izuku with a smile. Rumi smiled. "I got 45 points, Izuku, so you better keep up." I got 62. He then saw anger appear in her face before she shot off, looking for more robots in training session. Izuku chuckled and shot off, passing her in a second, and could distinctly hear her screaming. He turned a corner and saw a 2-pointer, so he raised his hand, bringing his pointet finger to his thumb, Delaware smash. Instead of a compressed air blast coming out, black wisps/tendrils shot out of his arm and began destroying everything in his path. Izuku let out a scream as his quirk got out of control, and black wisps kept shooting out, flinging him around and destroying anything and everything in his path. Stop. He tried to regain control and force it to stop, but that didn't work. It just kept doing what it wanted as if it had a mind of its own. "Izuku!" yelled Rumi, running towards him since she heard him scream and saw the destruction, along with those black wisps. "Stay away, I can't control it," yelled Izuku, as he was then tugged away while Black Whip lashed out at her, making her jump away to dodge it. He was then tugged away, which made him smash into a building. He tried to make it stop, but it wouldn't listen no matter what he did. "Damn it, stop, stop." He then stopped as his eyes widened before they glazed over. Izuku opened his eyes in a massive black void. He tried to speak, but noticed that he couldn't because of a black substance was covering most of his body, mainly his mouth, though. "Where am I? How'd I get here? Wait, is Rumi okay?" "Hello, Izuku," said a voice behind him. Izuku turned and saw a tall, lanky man with shoulder-length white hair and green eyes. "I see that you can't talk yet. That means your connection isn't strong enough yet. But then again, you were way ahead of any of us until we passed on and we could talk to each other. All right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki, and I'm the first wielder of this quirk. But I'm also your great-great etc. grandfather from well over 200 years ago." Izuku's eyes widened hearing that. Yoichi stopped for a moment before he turned around. "Don't worry, I'm almost done. Just give me a couple more seconds. It seems my time of talking is almost up, but before I leave, my brother is still alive. He's still out there now. We're gaining his strength, and most likely building an army of followers to take back your quirk and to rule the world. All of us failed, but I believe in you, Izuku. You shall be the one to complete this quirk, and you'll be the one to defeat All for One, once and for all." Yoichi left, and then someone else walked forward. He was a tall, well-built, bald man. He was wearing a black trench coat and had a pair of goggles on his head. "It seems that Yoichi is done talking to you. Not only that, but my quirk is the first one you unlocked, which is a good thing since it's a grade A quirk. My name is Banjo, by the way. My quirk is called Black Whip, and you're using it all wrong. It works off your thoughts and emotions. You think it, and the quirk will try and do it. Not only that, but the angrier you are, the more powerful and violent it is. Don't be scared of it. Learn to control it, and it will never fail you. Now get out there and MSTR mine and the 5 other quirks." Aizawa ran forward and saw his son, still being consumed by strange black wisps that were destroying everything. He was about to activate his quirk, but he then saw Izuku suddenly lunge out his arms, and the black wisps shot out and anchored themselves into the building. "Man, this is hard to control," he said Izuku before the pain in his arms and hand became too much, and he fell to the ground painfully. "I'm going to feel that in the morning." Rumi landed on the ground next to him, and he heard wings flapping and saw Ryuko land on the ground, and her wings retracted back in her body as she ran up to him. "Izuku, what was that?" said Rumi, helping him up. I unlocked another quirk," said Izuku, still trying to wrap his head what Banjo said. "What do you mean, unlocked another quirk? How is that possible?" said Ryuko. Izuku then proceeded to explain everything he heard to them along with his dad and teachers. Safe to say they were beyond shocked, and they all came to the same conclusion. He has to train even harder to MSTR this new quirk. And so that's what they did after that. They all trained together every day for the next 6 months, which brought Izuku's control to 30%. And he mentioned something about visions of a tall, appealing woman with obsidian black hair trying to talk to him. Rumi and Ryuko weren't happy about that, and Izuku wound up embedded in a wall up to his ankles. But now they all stood in front of UA for the entrance exam. "Are you two ready?" said Izuku, looking at them both. "Yes," said Rumi with a big grin on her face. "I'm more than well prepared," said Ryuko, as she tied her hair into a ponytail before they all walked in for the entrance exam. Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were walking through the UA entrance for the exam, the walk down the halls, and eventually arrived at the auditorium. They all sat together and looked at the large tests in front of them. If they had to guess, they had about 30 pieces of paper in front of them, and they were all double-sided, meaning they basically had 60 pieces to answer. For once, I'm glad Nezu is a SDSD and taught us everything we needed to know, or else I'd be screwed," said Rumi as her ears drooped down. "Yeah, those lessons were hell," said Ryuko as she brushed some of her hair out of her right eye to show both eyes. "It could have been worse. He could have been in a bad mood," said Izuku. Both girls shivered at that thought. Just then, at the front of the auditorium, Aizawa walked out to his stand and gave out a sigh. "Don't cheat, or else you'll be kicked out on the spot. You have 2 hours and it starts now." He then spun on his heel and walked away. "That's so like you, Dad/Mr. Aizawa," thought Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko simultaneously. They opened their packets and began filling out all the questions. Some questions were decently hard, while other ones made some candidates start to cry. A total of 17 candidates were kicked out for cheating or causing a scene which was bothering the others. It took Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko an hour and a half until they finished the packet and flipped it over. A couple seconds later, a robot came by and took their packets before it drove off to drop them off to be graded. Izuku turned to Rumi and started to do sign language to talk to her, since they all learned sign language thanks to Aizawa, and him telling them it was a very important skill to learn, especially if you have to be quiet and don't want to alert the villains. "How was the test for you?" Signed, Izuku. "Hard, especially after question 120. That's when it got really hard," signed Rumi. Izuku let out a very tiny chuckle. "I saw since your ears kept bouncing up and down, also your foot would start to stomp." Rumi looked away, but in the corner of her eyes, she saw Ryuko giving a fanged grin. "They aren't that hard, Rumi." In response, she got a perfect middle finger from Rumi. All the packets were taken away from everyone, and now they were all waiting for a teacher to give them their next instructions. "So afterwards, what would you two want to do?" said Izuku, looking at both of them. "I'm in a mood for some sweets, but I'd also like to just hang out in a park," said Ryuko. "I want carrots," said Rumi. Izuku chopped Rumi's head, making her squeak and hold her head as her ears flopped to the side. "No, Rumi, you had 10 this morning. You don't need any more." "I will eat the carrots, even if you say no," she snapped, but then he grabbed her ear and started to pull on it, making her whine. "Stop pulling on my ear. Then stop eating so many carrots. You already eat 10. You don't need any more." "But carrots are tasty." Ryuko giggled seeing this. It was always adorable watching Izuku trying to get Rumi to stop eating so many carrots. Both of them kept bantering before Rumi grabbed his cheek and started to pull on it while he continued to pull on her ear. What Izuku didn't notice was that when he pulled her ears was that a blush formed on her cheeks, and her eyes became ever so slightly glazed look from him doing that. "Hello, everyone," yelled Present Mike. "Are you excited?" The auditorium was so silent that a pin dropping could be heard. "Ahem. Anyways, now, on to the next part of your exam." "Yeah," he said, trying to rile up to Crowd. Once again, the auditorium was dead silent, except for someone lightly coughing. "Anyways, I am now going to begin explaining the physical portion of this exam," he said as the screen behind him changed, showing 4 different robots and the different cities. "You will all be split up into cities AF, and your goal is to defeat as many robots as possible. We have 1-pointers and 2-pointers along with 3-pointers. In order to pass, you need to destroy enough of them, which is a number we Won't give, or else people will just slack off. Now up dash. Excuse me, what about the fourth robot? Said someone cutting present mic off. If UA is purposefully not giving US all the information we need, then that is a true disgrace on this school, yelled the blue-haired teen. Also you with the white and black hair, and the girl with rabbit features, and THR girl with the short blonde hair. Stop distracting people and leave this place at once. UA doesn't have time for people like you, or those who don't have quirks suited for hero work. Izuku turned towards the teen, with Rumi still pulling on his cheek, and Ryuko trying to break them up, but failing. But for Rumi, she was pissed now, since while Izuku and her were messing around and trying to annoy each other, he kept pulling on her ears, and it was getting her very, very excited, which he didn't know. Who the do you think you are? We have every right to be here, and we weren't bugging anyone. Not only that, but if something as simple as this distracts you, then off and get out of here, snapped Rumi. Also, anyone could be a hero regardless of their quirk, but that isn't true. A rabbit quirk is useless in hero situations, and you'd only be getting in the way. Also, that girl with the blonde hair doesn't seem to have a good quirk either, given she only had slitted pupils. Present Mike looked at all this and was getting worried for the blue-haired kid. Usajiyama's kicks hurt like hell, and Tatsuma's attacks hurt as well. But that wasn't what was making him nervous. It was Izuku. The look in his eyes reminded him of his father's when he's pissed. Not only that, but arches of lightning were going off around him, and his hair was starting to stand up much like his dad's. Izuku cared deeply for these two girls, and the fact this guy just insulted them both. Nezu isn't going to stop Izuku from beating him half to death. Hell, he'd probably get a bag of popcorn and watch. Okay, you four calm down and save the hostility for the robots you will be fighting. Also examine 725. If you would have let me finish, then I would have explained that the fourth robot is worth 0 points and is more of an obstacle, said Present Mike. The blue-haired teen nodded his head and sat down. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Rumi, along with Ryuko, they were trying to calm down, especially Rumi. Oh, said Ryuko, sounding sad as she looked at the packet before them. What's wrong, Ryuko? Said Rumi. We're assigned to different cities. I got E, while Rumi has C, and lastly Izuku has a, she said sadly. Izuku was about to say something, but then Present Mike continued, also, opportunities will possibly arise, so make sure to keep your eye out for them. But now all of you go to your buses. They will have the city marked on the side of them. Everyone started to funnel out and split apart. Rumi left first, but told them that she's going to get first place, and she wants Izuku to give her an award if she wins. She then wished them luck, and happily hopped off, heading to her bus. Well, Rumi sure is happy, said Izuku, watching her. Indeed she is. We've been training for this day for years, and now it's time that all of this finally pays off, said Ryuko, who was about to leave, but stopped as the corner of her eyes caught Rumi, who was sitting on the bus watching them. Oh, but before I go, I want to give you something. Sure, WH-. He was cut off when Ryuko stood up on her toes and kissed him right on the lips. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her dragon instincts were telling her to now bite his neck and mark him. On the bus, the window cracked from the amount of force Rumi pushed against it. Not only that, but her foot ended up slamming down so hard it left a 3-inch deep indent of her foot on the floor of the bus. She was seeing red and was beyond jealous and angry, but then remembered something. Ryuko mentioned to her that she liked Izuku. Oh, game on dragon. I'm not losing him to you. Ryuko stopped kissing Izuku and looked at him and couldn't stop herself from giggling. He looked like he ran out of CPU. Consider that my good luck gift, and there is more than that to come if you get first place, she said as she turned and walked away with a sway to her hips. Izuku still stood still for a couple more seconds, still trying to process this before he finally noticed the killing intent. He looked over and saw Rumi's face, and it said one thing. She's going to do something to one-up Ryuko. Wow, kid, you got yourself some scary girlfriends, said Banjo as he laughed. Oh, come on, Banjo, they aren't that scary, said Nana. They are just extremely defensive of what they think it's theirs. Exactly. The kid is good-looking and is nice. The other girls in UA will be dead in a week once those two get defensive, said Banjo. For Izuku, he just ignored the occupants in his head, and his brain hasn't realized yet that they think Rumi and Ryuko are his girlfriends. Something else that happened was ever since he hit the 30% mark for his control, he could now hear his predecessors. Well, some of them, he has yet to hear from All Might. But according to Banjo, it's because he's still ashamed of himself for dying and placing this massive burden on him, and he doesn't feel like he deserves to even speak to Izuku. Izuku then headed to his bus and got on it, and now just had to wait for it to arrive at his city so he can get ready for the physical portion of the exam. Meanwhile, in the front gates of UA, Katsuki was leaving it after finishing the test for general studies, since that was all he was allowed to test for. Not only that, but on his right wrist, he had a quirk-canceling bracelet that he must keep on 24/7. It will alert police if he takes it off or dies. Stupid rat. Stupid school and stupid, goddamn Deku, he thought in rage. Ever since Deku talked, his whole life was ruined. He had a permanent black mark on his profile, and all the hero schools were informed on what he did, meaning he couldn't even attempt to go to a different school to be a hero. Not only that, but the police have a permanent record on him. He can't even leave his house without informing the detective in charge of watching him. Another thing that changed was that his parents always looked at him in disappointment. His mother didn't even yell at him anymore. She just looked at him in sadness and shame. She was ashamed of what he became, and unknown to him, blamed herself for how he turned out along with how he treated people. Mark my words, Deku. When a sports festival rolls around, I'll show you just how worthless you are and that I should be in the hero course, he thought as he continued to stomp off back home. Definitely going to be interesting this time going through the city, since I'm competing against other people, muttered Izuku as he did a couple stretches. Gran Torino and Aizawa made sure to drill into Izuku that stretching was extremely important. They always made him do it before and after workouts to relax and loosen the muscles. It also helped him be more flexible, so he can do more things and move easier. He then looked over and saw a girl, short pink hair and pink skin. She was stretching much like him, but he then noticed one of her shoelaces was loose, so he started to walk to her to inform her, so she doesn't trip. As he was walking, he felt someone grab his shoulder, and without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the wrist of the person and flipped the person over him, slamming him on the ground painfully. Izuku looked down and saw that it was that blue-haired teen from earlier that insulted Rumi and Ryuko. I'm only going so say this once. Stay away from me. I've dealt with enough assholes in my life and don't feel like dealing with another, said Izuku as he walked away toward the pink-skinned girl. For Mina, she was humming to herself and finished stretching. She then noticed a guy with long, untamed white and black hair walk up to her with a dead stare. Can I help you? She asked, wondering why he walked up to her. Your shoe is loose, and I thought it'd be a good idea to tell you before your match started. No one likes being embarrassed in front of others, said Izuku. Mina looked down and did see that he was telling the truth, so she leaned down and quickly fixed it before she gave him a big tooth-filled smile. Thanks, cutie. I really appreciate it. Izuku blushed at that. Meanwhile, in two other cities, both Rumi and Ryuko felt a twinge of jealousy and anger, along with a sudden urge to find Izuku and take him away from whoever he was talking to. Thank you for that, and I wish you good luck in the test, said Izuku. Mina smiled and nodded her head. Same to ya, she said happily. He then saw that the doors were opening and green and white lightning arched around Izuku before he shot off using 10% of OFA. The air force he ended up creating was so powerful it actually knocked some people over as he passed them heading into the city. What the heck is that idiot doing? The start signal hasn't gone off yet. Maybe he wants to fail. You just don't start a competition until you're giving the signal. He's just stupid. Did you see him earlier? He was friend with a girl with a rabbit quirk and some blonde girl with slitted pupils. They don't even deserve to be in UA. Mina watched Izuku run off, and she decided to take note from him and run off into the city. Because of that, more and more people kept mocking them and insulting them for another minute before they heard President Mike speak through the speakers to all the cities. What are you waiting for? There is no start signal to a real-life fight. That boy and THR girl with a rabbit quirk and the other with a dragon quirk along with a pink-skinned girl are a whole minute ahead of all of you. After he said, that everyone started to run into the cities trying to catch up, but lost an entire minute in a 10-minute test. "This year's lot is stupid," said Izawa bluntly, but was then smacked in the back of the head by his wife. "Oh, come on, Shota. It's not entirely their fault. A lot of it has to do with all the stupid laws the government has been placing in, especially thanks to the Hero Association," said Emmy. "Big government is always corrupt and wants more control, hence why they are restricting us more and more, which in turn makes it harder for us heroes to do our jobs," said Izawa. "Shota, let's not get political. We don't want to upset someone," said Vlad King. "They can kiss my butt." "Ha," said Nezu as he started to laugh. "Don't worry, Izawa. The best teachers are history, and all you have to do is open a book to see what you said was true. Ahem. Anyways, before we start shitting on our stupid government and the Hero Association, let's get back to this exam. Usajima, Tatsuma, and Izuku are doing an absolutely amazing job. They're in the lead by over 30 points from the fourth highest contestant," said Midnight. "That's understandable. They have been training in these cities for over 3 years now and know it like the back of their hands. Not only that, but they have fought these robots multiple times," said Power Loader. "Don't worry, the next stage will get much harder. But before that, I see a student cheating," said Nezu, looking at a screen, watching some kid use his phone to hack into the robots, even though his quirk isn't related to that at all. "Clyde, go attack him." A rock on the armrest of Nezu's chair suddenly launched off and hit the kid right in the head, knocking him out. "Nezu, do you seriously have a rock named Clive?" said Hound Dog, only to see if anyone gets the reference. "And the first person that does will probably get a follow or something," said Nezu. "What AR dash?" Screen cut back to Izuku. "Sir, why would yo dash?" Izuku was jumping from building to building, and he landed on the side of one before he shot off and quickly destroyed a group of 3-pointers. He then shot out and used Black Whip to continue his momentum to rocket past the corner. Thanks to this momentum, he arrived at a scene of a couple examinees getting overwhelmed by the robots. He shot forward and destroyed a couple to give them breathing room as he left to find more points. "That makes 76. I need to beat All Might's record of 184 in order to prove I'm worthy," thought Izuku as he continued to fly through the city. "Izuku, you have already proven yourself worthy. You're the first person to finally be able to use our quirks. Not only that, but you're so close to unlocking Nana's," said Banjo. Izuku could hear him and the others clearly, but for some reason he still couldn't respond to them. But from what Banjo and Nana say, he's very close to being able to. "He's right, kid. Toshi here also agrees along with the old man here," said Nana. "I heard that," said the first. Izuku ignored them and kept moving forward and continued to destroy any robots in his path. He was moving at extremely fast speeds, only using 10% at most, since anything more would be overkill. 124, thought Izuku. As he continued to move, he saw and felt the ground shake until a massive robot rose from the ground, and it stood taller than some of the skyscrapers. "I was honestly expecting worse from Nezu," said Izuku. "Lethal weapons authorized." "God damn it, Nezu. Ha 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 ha. Sir, why are lethal weapons being used?" said Power Loader. "Because Izuku tempted fate." Izuku was debating his options, but he didn't get to think for long as he noticed someone trapped under rubble from the 0-pointer when it stood up and destroyed some of the buildings. It was that pink-skinned girl he helped out earlier. "I have to save her," said Izuku as he shot forward. For Mina, she was trying to create more acid, but was at her physical limit. Every time she tried to produce more, her hands would feel like they were placed between a pair of knives that kept stabbing the hand all over. "Damn it. Come on, quirk, work," said Mina desperately as she forced her quirk to work, and it caused some acid to form, but it was also making her hands bleed badly. She turned around and saw the 0-pointer getting closer and closer. She was starting to panic, but the concrete was too thick for the drops of acid she was generating. She was ready to give you and accept her fate when she heard someone land in front of her. "Don't worry, you safe now. I'm here," said Izuku as he easily ripped the large slab of concrete off her and then picked her up and carried her away. In 2 other cities, Rumi and Ryuko felt another twinge of jealousy, but this time it was stronger. Once Izuku got far enough, he placed Mina down and turned around to face the robot. "Wait, where are you going?" "It's too dangerous," said Mina. "I have to stop it. Who knows how much damage it could cause if I don't? Besides, this is what we heroes do. Our lives are occupational hazards, said Izuku before he shot off. For Mina, right before Izuku ran off, she swore she saw All Might standing right next to him, mirroring his movements. Izuku was running with 25%, and once he got close enough, he sent Black Whip out and used it as a slingshot to launch himself forward and into the sky. 40% Texas smash, yelled Izuku as he felt his muscles tear and bones crack from the sheer strain of the punch. Once Izuku's fist made contact, the head of the robot was blown clean off and the whole body followed it, and went over 4 blocks backwards before it finally came to a stop and crashes into the ground. Everyone in the city that saw this was beyond shocked seeing this. Someone just destroyed the zero-pointer in a single punch. Izuku was plummeting to the ground, and he quickly turned and used both Black Whip and OFA to stop his fall. And time's up. Dash. Language, yelled someone in the far distance. Izuku took a note from Rumi and just raised his middle finger in the direction he heard the voice. He then looked over and saw recovery healing Mina, so he walked over to her, and she helped his arm along with eating some gummies before he left. As he was walking, he left the city and was heading to the meeting point with Rumi and Ryuko, but he was interrupted. "Hey cutie, wait up," said Mina, running up to him. Izuku turned around and looked at Mina with a raised eyebrow. "Sorry, but I wanted to say thank you for saving me," said Mina with a warm smile. Thump. Growl. "Oh, it's no problem. I was just doing what any hero would do," said Izuku with a smile. "Well, thank you again," said Mina. Thump, thump, thump. Growl. "So are you free, La Dash?" Mina didn't get to finish what she was saying as 2 women walked up and grabbed Izuku by his arms and squished their large assets into his arms. "He's busy," they said in a dangerous tone as they dragged him away. Izuku looked over at Rumi and Ryuko, who had been more or less dragging him out of UA. They both seemed really angry, and he wasn't sure 100% why exactly. Though in the back of his mind, he had a slight idea on way, but he brushed it off when he heard Rumi grumbling under her breath about something with a pink-skinned girl and punting them. Rumi?" "Ryuko," said Izuku, trying to get their attention. Rumi stopped and looked at him with a slight hurt look in her eyes that didn't belong in those red orbs. "Who was she? Are we not good enough? Am I not good enough?" she said before whispering the last part as her insecurities came back as her mind replayed the moment Ryuko kissed Izuku. The other 2 didn't. Hear what she whispered. "What do you mean good enough? You 2 are my best friends. Nothing will change that," said Izuku. Tien. The image of that pink-skinned girl getting really close to Izuku came back, and how she was going to ask him on a date replayed. She didn't know what to do, so she just let her instincts take control. Izuku was suddenly grabbed by the collar of his shirt and pulled down before Rumi smashed her lips against his and poured all her emotions into this a kiss. After a couple seconds, she let go and had tears in her eyes. "I love you, but I know you don't like me. That kiss earlier with Ryuko told me." She then turned and ran off while trying to hide her weakness from him. She hated being so weak and letting her emotions get the better of her, but she just felt so hurt and betrayed. "Why would I think he'd like me? He just saw me as a friend." "Wait, Rumi," yelled out Izuku, but she ignored him. "Don't worry, I'll talk to her, Izuku. I'll try and get her to call you, or I'll call you later to inform you on what's going on," said Ryuko before she ran off after her. Izuku stood still, not knowing what to do. His mind then went to the 2 kisses and how over the last couple years they became even closer. Not only that, but how they wore more revealing clothing around him and only him. "They both loved me. I'm so stupid for not seeing it sooner," he said as he started to head home, hoping maybe Emmy would be home so he could talk to her and get her advice. Ryuko stopped in front of Rumi's home and gently knocked on the door. A couple seconds later, Mito opened the door. "She's in her room, and I know why she's crying, so I called your mom over also. I think we should all talk once Rumi calms down." "Okay," she said as she walked to Rumi's room and opened the door and saw her sitting on her bed crying. Her ears drooped down, and she held her legs in as tears ran down her face. "Go away," said Rumi. "We need to talk, Rumi," she said as she sat down on her bed next to her. "I'm sorry for kissing him. I liked it, and my instincts just took over, and I kissed him before I realized it." Rumi looked at her for a moment. "I figured, and well, You know, I like him as well since I kissed him, she said quietly, but was still heard. I know I don't stand a chance. He's probably going to go after you. Ryuko shook her head. He gives you attention and is always around you. I think he's going to be with you, she said. Both girls then stayed silent, not knowing what to say, given they both liked him, and they both wanted to be with him, but they didn't want to hurt each other by one of them getting with Izuku while the other didn't. Before they could start talking, they heard Mito calling them down. They both headed into the living room, where they saw both Mito and Greya sitting on the couch. So tell me, Rumi, what's going on and why are you crying? Said Mito, wanting to hear her own daughter's explanation. It was nothing, Mom. I'll be fine, said Rumi. Rumi, I've known you your entire life, and I know when you're lying. So tell me what's going on. I know you hate crying, and for the past couple years I've been trying to control it, so you don't cry as much, said Mito. So tell me what's going on. Rumi's ears flopped down as she looked down. After a couple moments, she began to speak. It started because I kissed Izuku, said Ryuko, cutting Rumi off, and my instincts got control over me, and I ended up kissing him, not realizing Rumi could see what I was doing. Because of that, it hurt her, because she likes him as well. Then later, after the test, we saw some girl flirting with him, and our instincts once again glared, and we dragged him off. Once we got far away from UA, Rumi kissed him and then told him she loved him before she ran away. MHM. Then when she came to my room, I told her to go be with Izuku, but she said I should be. Meanwhile, both mothers looked at each other with knowing looks. They're so head over heels for him. They thought. Mito cleared her throat before looking at both of them. Do you love him, Rumi? A blush adorned her cheeks as her ears flopped down. Yeah, Mom. I do and have for a long time. Greya then spoke, and you, Ryuko. A similar blush formed on Ryuko's cheeks. Yes, she said as a light growl vibrated through her cords. Greya and Mito looked at each other before they both looked at them. Then why don't you both date him? They said at the same time. Huh. They both said, looking at the respective moms. Well, polygamy is allowed. You just can't both marry him, but nothing says you can't both date him. Well, that is unless something changes and you can both marry him, said Greya. At UA, Nezu was heard cackling. W8. Mom, why are you encouraging this? Said Rumi. Well, that's simple. I get more grandbabies, she said with stars in her eyes. Same for me, said Greya happily. Rumi's face exploded red as steam exited her ears. Ryuko looked like she ran out CPU, and her face was just as red. Her mind kept showing images of her and Izuku having children. One of the kids had straight white hair and yellow eyes with the pupils being slight slits. The kid's face was the same as Izuku's, but with her nose, cheekbones, and eye shape along with sharp teeth. An image ran through Rumi's head of two children. The first ended up getting straight white hair. She had Rumi's sharp eye shape, but Izuku's soft green in them. Her skin was a very light wheat brown and had a line of freckles over her cheeks. The second one was a boy. He had slightly messy white hair and big round eyes that were red. He had the same skin tone as Izuku along with his Rumi's face. Oh, I can't wait to be a grandma. But make sure to at least wait till your second year at the very least, said Greya. Now both of you come one. Let's get you some nice clothes that will make him pass out from his brain short-circuiting, and you ask him out on a date. Huh, said Izuku, looking at Emi with the same blank look his father has. Yeah, you should date them both. Think of how cute you'd all be together, she said with a large smile on her face. I don't on hush, I know you like them both. I can see it in your eyes. Besides, your dad has too much influence on you since you show emotions the same as him. Now you're coming with me, and we're going through your drawers to find some clothes that will most likely make their animal instincts kick in and want to mate. Izuku was so shocked he flat out went red in the face. Mom. He yelled out, not realizing what he called her. Emi smiled, even more brightly hearing that. Come on, Izuku, let's go get you nice clothes, and then you call them both and ask them out on dates. Just then the front door opened, and Aizawa saw the scene before him. He looked at his son's pleading eyes for help, but then he saw the glint in his wife's eyes. He did the only thing any good father would do in the situation. He left his son to his own fate. The very next day, Izuku was standing in the park wearing a black button-up shirt and black pants. He pulled his long white and black hair into a ponytail to keep his hair out of his face. Yesterday, after Emmy dragged him around, getting him better clothes, since all of his were workout clothes and simple, everyday clothing, nothing that a girl would really like to see. He then was forced to ask Rumi and Ryuko out on a date. Though giving his stuttering and blushing face, he was very nervous, but then the squeal on the other side of the phone showed him that it was a good choice. Hey, Izuku, said Rumi. Hey, Izuku. I hope we look good, said Ryuko. Izuku turned around, and his brain short-circuited from the sight he saw. He even had a bit of BLD coming from his nose along with having a tiny bit of drool. Rumi was wearing a white shirt that exposed some of her cleavage and had an X-shaped pair of strings over them. She also had a pair of black leggings and a white skirt that went halfway down her thigh, with shin-high brown boots. She had some very light lipstick and some eyeliner that made her red eyes stand out, and the last thing he noticed was that she had a black choker on her neck. For Ryuko, she wore a red dress with golden trimming. She pulled her hair back into a messy ponytail that exposed both her eyes. She was also wearing a pair of brown boots, as well along with some makeup. It consisted of red lipstick and black eyeliner, along with a tiny bit of mascara, and her nails were painted gold. Both girls looked Izuku up and down, and they had to admit he looked really good, especially since his shirt hugged his body, showing off his muscles. So, said Rumi as she brushed a strand of hair behind her hair, you didn't answer my question. How do we look? They both waited a couple seconds, but realized Izuku's brain short-circuited. I don't know if I should be happy or angry that we can make Izuku's brain short-circuit like this, said Rumi. I think it's a good thing. I mean, it's pretty hot knowing we can do that, said Ryuko. Izuku finally managed to get his brain working. Why you? Izuku stopped himself before he further embarrassed himself, and he took a deep, calming breath. You both look absolutely appealing. Both of them blushed at that, and Izuku was Rumi's foot start to thump on the ground, while Ryuko let out a happy growl as her eyes shined with happiness and hunger. Although Rumi's eyes weren't far off, but from what Izuku saw, her eyes had a much stronger and deeper hunger than Ryuko's. Soam, where would you two like to go? Said Izuku, not having any good idea where to take them. Well, there's that new coffee shop up the street. We can go to that. Then afterwards we can wander around and maybe go to the mall or maybe watch a movie, said Ryuko. Well, sure, let's go and do that. Unless you have something else in mind, Rumi, said Izuku. I like to stop and get my mom a carrot cake, so I'd like to get that later, said Rumi. Okay, I'll be sure to remember that, said Izuku as he was about to lead the way, but then felt Rumi take his right hand and interlock her fingers. Ryuko was close behind and did the same and gave a fanged smile. Izuku couldn't help but blush and smile as he led them to the new coffee street that was up the street. As they walked, they began talking about what to expect when classes start in UA. Aizawa opened the door to Nezu's office with Present Mike following behind him along with Ms. Joke. They were called to Nezu's office, and Present Mike decided to join since he had to drop off some papers for Nezu. Principal Nezu, you called us? Said Aizawa. He didn't respond at first, but then they saw something that made them horrified. Nezu's head turned until his neck did a complete 180 and was staring at them. Why, yes, I did, Aizawa. I called you and your wife here for the New Year's, and where you two will be. They then got more horrified as Nezu's body turned in the other direction. His head turned until his whole body was facing them all. But the scariest part is that his neck looked normal and not all messed up. Now on to Dash, he was cut off when he saw Present Mike collapse on the ground with his eyes rolled into the back of his head and foam coming out of his mouth. Well, that's annoying. Anyways, back to what classes you two will teaching. Ryuko was laughing really hard at a story Izuku told them about his dad, and the first time he tried to cook, he apparently almost set the house on fire, and Inko went into angry wife mode and beat him with a frying pan. Rumi wasn't that far off. She was laughing just as hard. Oh, I could totally see her doing that to him. It was one of the few times I ever saw my mom actually angry, though I'm quite glad I had her teach me how to cook instead of asking my dad. After he said that, both girls looked at each other and had the same thought. We need to learn how to cook. Mom said food is the fastest way into a man's heart, they both thought. So Izuku. What do you think of cooking? Said Ryuko. What do you mean? Said Izuku, not fully understanding it. I'm sorry, but you have to be a little more specific. What do you think of people that can cook? she said while playing with her straw in her coffee. Well, I enjoy cooking, but I think that cooking is something that everyone should learn to do, he said. Rumi pouted as she drank her iced green tea. Her ears flopped down, but Izuku looked at her. You okay, Rumi? Her ears perked up at that. Just wish I was good at cooking, she said, but whispered the last part. Oh, so Rumi, how about you choose what we do next? Said Izuku, noticing that she wasn't having fun. Okay, let's to the beach and walk around. It's been a while since we've been to 1 inch, she said. All right, said Izuku as he waved over the waitress and paid for the drinks before they all left heading to the beach. Though as they walked, Izuku saw that Rumi still looked a little bit down, so he decided to lift her mood up. Rumi was pouting a little, but before she could go any further in her thoughts, she felt Izuku suddenly lift her up, making her squeak in surprise before she realized that she was on Izuku's shoulders as he carried her. Haha, sorry, but you look down, so I thought maybe this would cheer you up a little, Rumi said. Izuku with a large smile as he grabbed her legs to help hold her up. Rumi smiled when he saw his smile. She gently ran her hands through his hair. Thank you, she said before she cupped his face and showed her incredible flexibility and leaned down and planted a kiss on his lips. Ryuko saw this, and it was her turn to pout, but she sucked it up and kicked down her dragon instincts. She had to learn how to share. They continued on their way to the beach and walked around it while laughing and simply enjoying the sun. After spending an hour at the beach, they left and saw a movie before they now found themselves in a restaurant. It was a simple sushi restaurant, and they were all eating, while Ryuko was eating almost 4 times as much given her dragon-sized appetite. It was actually really funny to watch people's faces when seeing her down enough food for a family of 4 in one sitting. It made lots of women jealous, since she could eat that much and not gain a single PND. Though lots of those women also glared at her, and Rumi, for another reason. They had amazing bodies that any woman would kill for. They then left and were walking back through the park before they sat down on a bench where no one else was around. So, today was fun, said Izuku. Yeah, it was, said Rumi as her ears wiggled a little. I had a lot of fun, Izuku. I also had fun with you, Rumi. Same. So listen, I realized that both of you like me, and I don't want to hurt either of you, so, said Izuku nervously. I'm okay with it, Ryuko, if you're, said Rumi. I'm okay with it, Rumi, said Ryuko. Izuku, before we saw you today, we talked to our respective mothers, and after talking to them, we agreed on something, said Ryuko. And what's that? Said Izuku. Ryuko leaned in and kissed him right on the lips, and after a couple moments she let him go, only for Rumi to do the same to him as well. We love you, Izuku, and we are willing to share you if you're willing to have us, said Rumi. Izuku looked at them both and saw that they were dead serious, and he couldn't help but smile and nod his head. Ryuko, Rumi, will you both be my girlfriends? He was immediately pulled into a tight hug by both girls as they started to cover his faces in kisses. Yes, they both said. Izuku smiled and hugged them back. I love you too. Thank you for making me so happy and showing me what a real friend looks like. We love you too, Izuku, they said, leaning on him. Izuku woke up and tried to get up from his bed, but he was being held down by sleeping Rumi and Ryuko, who cuddling him, and both were laying their heads on his chest listening to his heartbeat. He couldn't help but smile a little and remember when he asked them out, and when he arrived home, his entire face was covered in lipstick from both of them kissing him. When he did enter his house, his mom and dad wouldn't stop teasing him because of all the lipstick, but they then noticed that both girls were behind him, and it got worse, especially from his mom. That only led to even more teasing, but mainly from Emmy, as she kept saying she wasn't ready to be a grandma yet and wanted them to at least be second years in UA before they gave her grandkids. Izuku promptly passed out while Rumi and Ryuko looked like steamed tomatoes given their red faces and the steam shooting out of their ears. After that day, they spent the rest of the week together, going on small dates or just hanging out, or if they were alone, both Rumi and Ryuko would make out with him, which led to them rarely leaving his room or either of their rooms. But as of right now, it was Monday and the first day of UA, and they had to get ready for school. But first came one of the most dangerous things Izuku can do, wake up Rumi and Ryuko when they were comfy. Very slowly and carefully he tried to get up, but Ryuko tugged him back into the bed and mashed his face into her large chest that was still growing. His face went neon, and before he could think or do anything, he felt Rumi grab him and pull him back towards her and did the same thing as Ryuko did. This ended up going on for 10 minutes, and Izuku's soul was about to leave his body from sheer embarrassment of this happening to him. "Mizuka, don't stop," said Rumi in her sleep as she brought Izuku back in her chest. "Don't be gentle." Izuku simply died after that, and his soul left his body and was going to the golden gates of heaven. But before he could pass through them, he was abruptly smacked back down to earth, from who he swore someone that looked like Nezu, where Rumi and Ryuko's souls grabbed his and forced it back in his body. A couple minutes later, both girls finally woke up. Because of the alarm going off, they both looked at Izuku, and both of them realized one thing. They were basically suffocating him with their melons. Both girls blushed, realized before a predator-like smile formed on Ryuko's face. "What's wrong, Izu?" she purred out, letting her cords vibrate in a way that sent a shiver down his spine. What he didn't know was that her breeding CYCL was right around the corner, and her body was getting ready to start producing the pheromones, and her mind was going to make her want to mate with him. The thing that made the situation worse was that Rumi was the same. Her mating cycles was very close as well, and it was safe to say Izuku wouldn't survive both of them. "Well, said Izuku, not knowing what to say. "You know, Izu, I just remembered that the pink-skinned girl might be in our class," she said with a slight edge. "I think I have to make sure everyone knows you belong to me and Rumi." Before he could say anything, he saw her open her mouth, showing her razor-sharp teeth that sunk right down into the flesh of his neck. Izuku bit back a yelp of shock and surprise from the boldness of that, but he couldn't think much on it since Rumi looked at him with slightly glazed eyes, and she leaned forward and kissed him before bringing her chin up and rubbing it on his head along with other side of his shoulder. For poor Izuku, his head was slightly light-headed, giving what they were doing, and that they were both unknowingly producing a smell that was affecting Izuku in the same way as a PHRDS. After a couple moments, both girls let him go, and it took all of their self-control to not go any further. Come on, let's get dressed," said Rumi, getting out of bed and heading to her closet, with Ryuko following, though before they left they gave Izuku a quick glance and saw something that made them wish they stayed. "He's big," they thought as both of their animal instincts kicked in, but they regained control and quickly ran into the bathroom to get changed and do other morning rituals. An hour later, all three of them were walking away from the train station they just got off of. They were holding hands as they walked to UA, wearing UA uniforms. When Izuku first saw them in their UA uniforms, it caused him to have nosebleed and pass out, especially since neither of them wore a legging, and they teased him, showing off their thighs to him, while Rumi showed a little bit of her. "But I wonder what we'll be doing for our first day," said Rumi, who smacked her ear on Izuku's face. "What do you think?" Probably something like a test. If I had to guess, they'll want us to do something to show off our quirks and how we can handle them, and that we know how to control them well," said Izuku. "That does make sense," said Ryuko. "What kind of test do you think they'll put us through?" "I hope they are tough tests and nothing like those other stupid quirk tests, just so we know how to handle the bare minimum of our quirk, but expect us to know how to use them if we lose control," said Rumi. "It's really stupid, and it's really only thanks to Nezu, Naitai, and Gran Torino that we can train like we did," said Izuku, as he remembered someone in his old neighborhood getting arrested for training to use his quirk outside of a state-owned facility or supervision. "Yeah, but hopefully we can train even harder now that we are UA," students said. "Ryuko." They finally arrived at the gates and were about to walk through them when Izuku noticed something. At the front gates was a couple of agents from the Hero Association that were keeping an eye out on potential recruits for the association. They walked past them, but Izuku saw that they all had their eyes on them. He then remembered that his father said they were present in the observation room watching all of them. They seemed especially impressed with Izuku, given he destroyed a 0-pointer with a single punch. "Hey there, kid," said one of them with slicked-back silver hair and closed eyes as he stared at him. "I have to talk to you for a moment." Izuku turned and looked at him as he walked towards them. "How would you feel about joining the Hero Association to bring true peace to this world? During your test here, we saw what you were capable of, and if you would join us, you could do so much more," said the man. Not only that, but you would have all the resources and help of our organization to keep peace in our world." Izuku was silent, but he felt both Ryuko and Rumi tighten their grips on his hand. "I'm sorry, but no. I want to be a hero on my own and not be tied down to an organization," said Izuku, "but thank you for the offer." They then left, and the Hero Association agent watched them walk away, and his closed eyes opened, showing gray eyes that promised pain. "You'll be part of our organization, Izuku, Aizawa." He then looked down at his phone and brought it up to his ear and called a number. After a couple rings, someone answered. "What is it?" "Forgive me, ma'am, but he said no," said the agent. "I see. Keep trying to recruit him. If my information is right, then he is the successor to All Might, and we have to make sure he's on our side and working for us to keep Japan a country of love and care with us in control," said the president of the Hero Association. "At once, ma'am." She then heard him hang up, and she looked at her computer at a picture of 4 profiles. The first one showed All Might. The next one was the hero paragon, better known as Nana Shimura. Next was a man named In who had short, dark hair parted twice away from his narrow eyes. His hero costume consists of a large red jacket with numerous straps and buttons, and a high collar that obscures his mouth and nose. The last photo showed a bald man wearing a black trench coat and had goggles on his head. His name was Daigoro Banjo. He had a quirk called Black Whip, and he can create black wisps to swing around and capture people. All these people are connected. When each one of them met, they all suddenly got more powerful. They are connected and somehow got even more powerful, she said, looking at the screen. Back at UA, Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko arrived in front of 1A's classroom, which was absolutely giant. "Great. Now I feel even shorter," said Rumi, pouting as her ears flopped down, showing her anger. Izuku looked at her and decided to mess with her. So he went behind her and laid his head on top of hers and hugged her from behind and whispered low enough for her to still hear, "I think it makes you cuter." He then nipped her ear. Rumi's face went neon, and she had to bite her lip to stop MMM from coming out since he bit her ear. Ryuko's eyes narrowed, and she pouted since she wanted Izuku to do that to her. But before they could do anything else, she saw they only had a minute before class started. "Come on, let's go. We need to head to get in class before we are late." Izuku nodded and stood back up, and he opened the door and came upon an interesting sight that made him wish he was in a different class. The proper way to sit in a chair is with your back at a perfect 90 degrees angle, and if you are a man, have your legs opened at least 5 to 7 inches. If you're a girl, have your legs closed, yelled a blue-haired student. "Also you with the raven head. You shouldn't be sitting on the table. It's disrespectful and insults the people who made it." "Can I kick him out the window?" said Rumi, pointing at him and looking up at Izuku. "If he gets out of hand," said Izuku as he walked off, heading toward the free desk and letting both Rumi and Ryuko's hands go, so that they can also find free desks. Luckily for all 3 of them, they found desks right next to each other, with Izuku being next to the window and Rumi being in front of him and Ryuko behind him. Izuku sat down and was about to pull his phone out when someone walked up to him. "Hey, I recognize you," said a girl with pink skin and hair, and she had a pair of yellow horns. Izuku looked up and saw her. "Oh, hi. I remember you from the entrance exam." Yeah. My name is Mina Ashido Cutie. What's yours?" she said with a grin. "Oh, my name is Izuku Aizawa," he said with a smile before he felt a shiver down his spine. Rumi and Ryuko had a glare, and if looks could kill, he was sure him and Mina would be dead now. Mina was about to say something, but she then saw the bite mark on his neck. "Oh, hey, what's that?" Before she could really look at it, just like at the entrance exam, Rumi and Ryuko grabbed him and dragged him away from her. "He's ours," they both said as Rumi's foot slammed on the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks along with a crater that made the floor sink 4 inches around her foot. For Ryuko, she was growling, and her more dragon-like features were appearing. Her nails became longer and claw-like that dug into the table, creating large cuts. Her teeth also got a little longer, and on her back a pair of wings started to grow, along with on her tailbone a tail started to grow. Mina took a couple steps back in fear from how defensive these 2 are. She made a mental note to not try anything no matter how bad she wanted to try and tease. Just then the door opened, and the teacher walked in. "Hello, everyone. said Ms. Joke, entering the room and confusing Izuku since his dad was the Class 1A teacher. But then he remembered his dad complaining about something a couple of days ago. DMN, Rat changing things and not telling me until the last minute. Aizawa then came back home the next day covered in mud and looked like he just left the trenches of WW1 on the Western Front. Now before I get class started, said Ms. Joke as she sat down on her, and then the sound of a whoopee cushion went off which made her burst out laughing. Sorry, I had a lot of beans last night, she said as she pulled out the whoopee cushion. Izuku's sweat dropped at his stepmom's antics. Well, before classes get started and everything, we need to go do an orientation test to see your control over your quirks, said Ms. Joke as she then pulled out a bunch of UA gym uniforms. Now, put these on and meet me outside on the field in 10 minutes. Everyone grabbed their uniforms, and the blue-haired student led them out of the room and opened the door when a bucket of water fell down and soaked him to the bone. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ms. Joke bursted out, laughing, watching that someone fell for her prank. The others tried not to laugh, except for Rumi, who was laughing just as hard as Ms. Joke. God damn it, Mom, thought Izuku as he tried not to laugh. In the changing rooms, all the girls were changing from their UA uniforms into their gym uniforms for the tests. Rumi grabbed her pants and was about to pull it up when she heard a squeal. Curious, she looked over and saw the pink-skinned girl, a pair of floating clothes, and finally a girl with short brown hair and brown eyes along with a permanent blush on her cheeks. Oh my God, your tail is cute, squealed Mina, seeing Rumi's little cottontail that was brushed up and away, so it looked like a regular rabbit tail instead of its usual cotton-like appearance. Thanks, you're the sixth person to compliment it, said Rumi, honestly surprised. Ryuko let out a small giggle, seeing Rumi a little flustered since she isn't used to being complimented by people she isn't familiar with. She herself grabbed her uniform and put on her tank top, then her jacket, and went to zip it up, but noticed something. Her chest was too big for this jacket. I told them 32D. Did they possibly grow again, or did they get the size wrong? As Ryuko was suffering with jacket and trying to figure out what to do since only Izuku and Rumi were allowed to look at them. For Rumi, after talking to the girls and learning they were called Mina, Toru, and Ochako respectfully, and they said they wanted to become friends with her and Ryuko. All right, before I forget, what's Aizawa to you two? You guys seem close, said Mina. Oh, said Rumi with a smirk as she grinned. He's me and Ryuko's boyfriend. Wait, said a girl with black hair and a ponytail. Do you mean he's dating both of you? Emisham, said Ryuko as she pulled her hair in a ponytail, but left her bangs to cover her right eye. He was her first friend and was nice to us, and after a bunch of years of being friends, we finally ended getting together. Oh, that's so cute, Toru cooed. Okay, but also, said Rumi as she glared at the girls, he's ours. So, hands off. A couple of minutes later, everyone was standing out in the field where they all saw Ms. Joke standing with a large grin. Good, y'all are all here. Now we can get the test started, said Ms. Joke. Ms., said Ochako, but didn't know her name. All right, I'm a laughing hero, Ms. Joke, or you can call me Mrs. Aizawa, she said with a smile. The people who didn't know Izuku personally all looked over at him in surprise, since that'd mean she was his mom. Okay, Mrs. Aizawa, what about orientation? Finished Ochako. Nah, that's not as much fun. Besides, Nezu is probably scaring the new students, said Ms. Joke. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, all the new students were pale as snow, and some passed out as Nezu tormented them with false information and telling them what he'll do to them for fun. But anyways, let's get the test started. Izuku stepped forward. I want you to throw this ball as hard as you can in the circle, said Ms. Joke. Izuku nodded his head and walked over toward the circle and caught the ball his mom tossed him. He tossed it a couple times in hand to get a feel for it. He then activated OFA and brought the power up to 22%, which just made his muscles felt strained. He then covered it in Black Whip, deciding to throw it using this. He began to spin it over his head until it was moving so fast, it was just a black blur with green and white lightning arcing around him in it. It ended up spinning so fast it picked up the winds near them, which made some of the others have to hold on to something to not get blown away. It even ended up breaking the sound barrier from the speed it was spinning at. Once Izuku was sure he had more than enough momentum and speed build up, he flung his arm back before flung it forward, which had so much force it cracked the air from the force of it. A massive sonic boom was heard, and the ball created a second sonic boom, and almost everyone was blown back from the force of it. Izuku watched as the ball flew away and swore he saw it blow a hole through a cloud from the force the ball was flying at. "Holy SHD, that was hot," said Rumi as her foot started to thump like crazy in excitement. Ryuko had a small blush thinking of what else he could do with that strength. After a minute, the device Ms. Joke was holding beeped, and it showed the distance. "Well, Izuku got 16.7 miles on the ball throw," said Ms. Joke. "That's so manly," yelled a kid with red hair and sharp teeth. Meanwhile, 16.7 miles away, a kid with purple hair was staring at a woman with snow-white hair that had small red bits in it. She was way too nervous to say anything, but she really hated the stare he was giving her. Her eyes widened in horror as he touched her, and before she could smack him, a ball came out of nowhere and smashed into his face and blasted him through 2 buildings. "Well, I don't know who did that, but once I figure out who I'm going to thank that person," said Fuyumi. "Now, as you can, the goal of this test is to see how far you can send the ball. You can use your quirks how you see fit, but just as long as you don't leave the circle," said Ms. Joke now. "Rumi Usajiyama, you're next." Rumi smiled happily and walked forward and took the ball out of Ms. Joke's hand before she marquee to the circle and tossed the ball up in the air before she jumped while doing a spin to get momentum and torque at her hips before she kicked the ball. Said ball went rocketing off into the distance, and after a little bit the sensor went off and it said 800 meters. Next was Ryuko, who turned into her dragon form and smashed the ball with her tail, which made it go flying as well and gave her 600 meters. The next person to go was Ochako, who beat all 3 of them by getting infinity. "That's such bullshit," said Rumi, glaring at her. Izuku gently patted Rumi's head to calm her down, before it turned into petting her head, which made her lean into the touch. All the tests went by, and Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko took the top 3 in almost every test, giving how hard they trained. "Okay, now that all the tests are done, let's see the results of the tests," said Ms. Joke with a large smile. 1. Izuku Aizawa. 2. Rumi Usajiyama. 3. Ryuko Tatsuma. 4. Momo Yaoyorozu. 5. Shoto Todoroki. 20. Toru Hagakure. Now, as you can all see, these are the results after all your tests. You all did very good, but always remember, you need to train harder to become great heroes, said Ms. Joke. Now your syllabuses will be on your desks back in class. That's all. Once you grab them, you can leave. Izuku smiled and was about to say something when in the corner of his eye he saw his father and Nezu standing and watching them all, but Nezu was grinning darkly. Oh, God damn it. Izuku was at home with his hair tied in a messy ponytail, and he was making dinner along with lunch for tomorrow. He was currently cutting up some chuck steak to make curry. He then looked over to the large cooking pot that he was going to use to make it. His eyes then gazed over to Rumi and Ryuko, who were both drooling, especially Ryuko. He couldn't help but grin. What's wrong, you two? Hungry? He said as he continued to cut the steak and saw that Ryuko was drooling even more given she loves meat, especially red meats. Feed me, Ryuko said with absolutely zero shame and had a new addition to her. Along her ears were multiple golden spiked cartilage piercings. When she first got these new piercings, she was honestly a little nervous how Izuku and Rumi would react since she didn't tell them. But thankfully for her, they both liked them, and Izuku teased her by lightly licking her ear. She almost jumped him after that. She was pulled out of her thoughts when he let out another snort and put the rest of the meat and ingredients in the pot to let it cook. Once he did that, he quickly washed his hands before looking at them. So what do you two remember? He said since he was showing them how to make curry. Instead of answering, both girls looked away sweating, especially Rumi, who grabbed a carrot and started to munch on it. Then a dark aura spread across the kitchen as a tick mark formed on his forehead, but he took a deep breath to calm down. He knew cooking wasn't their strong suit, but he hoped they would have paid attention to him, teaching them, since they mentioned before they want to learn to cook. Never mind, I'll just try and show you next time, he said as he untied his hair, letting it lay down on his shoulders. What an oh, we can cook, they bother shouted. Just watch US Izuku wheel make you something that'll blow your socks off, shouted Rumi. Should we help him? asked Emmy, peeking around the corner. No, he'll be fine. Besides, the worst that can happen is the house blow up, said Izawa, as he went back to his bedroom to not bother his son and his girlfriends on the little date they were having. Ha, true. Will the food somehow come alive, said Emmy, laughing loudly as she followed him. What? Said Izuku. Said Emmy. Dash, said Izawa. The kitchen looked like a nuke went off. Food was splattered everywhere, and a pot of water was somehow on fire. Not only that, but Rumi somehow found a way to burn ice while Ryuko froze fire. I don't even know how to explain what happened, said Izuku as he looked over at the two girls who were sitting down with their heads on their knees looking down at the ground. How do you burn ice? Said Emmy, looking at the burned ice that had ashes on it. Do you freeze fire? Said Izawa, looking at the flame that was frozen. Okay, I think it's clear we can't let these two in a kitchen again, said Izuku. A storm cloud formed over both Rumi and Ryuko's heads hearing that. So he sighed and walked over to them, hugging them both. Hey, don't be sad. Besides, cooking isn't for everyone, and you got me. I'm good at cooking. Yeah, said Rumi as her ears flopped down. I just wanted you to impress by your girlfriend with making you something nice to eat. Same here. Wait, is the curry okay? Rumi whipped her head over to Izuku, all but begging him that it was okay. Well, it was okay, until you dropped that thing that you called food in it, and while he pointed over to a curry trail out the window, where they saw the curry, trying to escape before it got hit by a bus. Rumi felt like crying, and Ryuko actually started crying all that meat. It's okay. I'll make us some more, said Izuku as he walked to the fridge, and was immediately tackled by both girls as they started smothering him in kisses, telling him they loved him, and they'll do whatever he wanted to make it up to him. Hey bro, you okay? Said Kirishima, looking at Izuku. Izuku was staring off into space, and his face was neon red, completely contrasting his white and black hair. Kirishima looked a little closer and realized that he wasn't present and still in dreaming land. Meanwhile, Rumi and Ryuko looked all too proud of themselves, especially since Izuku made them lunch, which meant they would definitely give him another reward tonight. By reward, they meant a full-blown makeout session while slowly starting to touch each other. The front door opened up, and Izawa slinked into the room in his sleeping bag. He continued to scoot through the room until he arrived at his desk, and he very slowly stood up, and like a horrifying caterpillar, he emerged from his sleeping bag as if it was a cocoon. Good, you're all here. Today is going to be your first lesson on hero training. You will all be doing combat training to see where you stand, and so I know how strong you all are and how to help you get stronger. Also, if you need help with your quirks, either talk to us or my son. He studies quirks and will be able to come up with a way for you to get what you want or something close, said Izawa. Izuku chuckled at what his dad said. Leave it to him to make him have to help people. Anyways, my name is Shota Izawa, and I'm your hero course teacher. Now put on your costumes and meet me in the training ground for today's lesson, he said before pushing a button and the wall opened up showing 20 suitcases. They all stood up and grabbed their suitcases before leaving, heading down to the changing rooms. Everyone was standing in the observation room, and they were all wearing their costumes. Some of them were cool, while others were weird. Is his costume just ice on half his body? Said Rumi as she was doing some stretches, which impressed Mina since Rumi brought her leg up to her head with absolutely no problem. Rumi's hero costume consists of a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim around her shoulders and waist, a wide yellow crescent moon design over her chest, and a single thick metal plate wrapped around her midriff. She wears purple thigh-high boots to complement her leotard, with more plating around the heel and toe areas, covering her elongated feet. She also has a pair of thick, white gloves on her hands with hardened Kevlar on her knuckles, and also long cuffs, sporting small triangular protrusions around their edges. Another part of her costume was her knee guards and elbow guards to give her even more freedom to attack with other parts of her body. Ryuko's hero costume consists of a dark red, traditional chi-pao with a pale green scale trim around her shoulders, which seems to only be slit on the left side, with yellow claw patterns on the bottom and smaller ones around her neck. She wears knee-high boots and a strap around her exposed thigh. She wears long, almost sleeve-like white gloves that nearly reach her shoulders with higher tabs on the outer sides, and they expose her hands from the wrist. She wears a matching green headband with 4 large, pale purple claws attached, covering the right side of her face, and a set of small black dragon wings protrude from the back of her head. Wow, Isajiyama, Tatsuma, your costumes look so good. Also, I see that they hug your bodies well. You trying to impress Izuku? Said Mina with a teasing grin. Oh, he doesn't have to ask us if he wants to see our bodies, said Ryuko, with a happy growl since her mating CYCL finally kicked in and it'll be going for a while. She told Rumi about this, asking her for some help, and her response was both helpful and not helpful. Let's just Izuku then. She was really tempted to do that, especially since her instincts were screaming at her to have a kid with him. Where's Izuku? Said Aizawa flatly as he looked around. They all looked around, but then heard someone running, and they saw Izuku entering the room. Sorry I was late. Someone named Hatsum apparently decided to take my costume and upgrade it, so I had to figure out how to use some of the gadgets, said Izuku, entering the room. Rumi and Ryuko looked at him, and they both blushed since his costume hugged his body in all the right ways, and they both had the same thought. We're going to end up killing him in breeding season. They thought with blushes and slight nosebleeds. He had an all-black suit with green accents along the suit. Addition to this suit is dark red mid-gauntlet compression support items, metal bands that cover his entire forearm. The mid-gauntlets were designed to reinforce his whole body, allowing him to go past his allowable limit of 20%, and he can now use 45% of one for all. For his legs are black knee guards that extend to his iron sole boots, which will also help protect his limbs from using too much power. He also has special support gloves were black gloves with red palms and orange sights attached to each of the knuckles. They also featured a dual-layered band around the wrist decorated with a dark green seam. The final new addition is a yellow cape, which he wears like a shawl around his shoulders. The full effect gave him a more menacing aura. He also had his hood pulled back and his mouthguard was hidden under his shawl. It was a combination of his father's dark colors, so he can sneak around, and also lots of gear to help him in all his fights. His final thing was the shawl, which he based off of Gran Torino's cape to show a nod of respect to his teacher. He did originally want some stuff to show respect for All Might, but he couldn't really think of anything since his color scheme was dark compared to All Might's. Aizawa gave a nod of approval to Izuku's costume. It wasn't bright, and screaming, "Hey, I'm right here." Izuku walked forward and stood next to Rumi and Ryuko. He noticed that they were both staring at him with glazed eyes, especially Ryuko, who had a blush and was looking at Izuku like a piece of meat. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's do the draws to see who will be working together and which team will fight the other team, said Aizawa as he pushed a button and the screen showed everyone's names before it began to shuffle them around. After a little bit, he looked up and announced the first team that will fight. Izuku Aizawa and Ejiro Kirishima as villains versus Shoto Todoroki and Mezu Shuji as heroes. Hey bro, looks like we're going to work together, can't wait to see what we can do, said Kirishima with a big grin, and he stuck his arm up for a handshake. Izuku looked at him a little shocked since he's never had a bro. His entire experience with guys around his age was always being beaten or bullied. Yeah bro, let's do this, said Izuku as he shook his hand. All right, villains, head into the building and place the nuclear bomb on whatever floor you want. All right, also the scenario is that villains have a nuclear bomb, and the hero's drop is to defeat the villains in order to disarm the bomb, said Aizawa. Izuku and Kirishima nodded and were about to leave, but Izuku was grabbed by Rumi and Ryuko, who both have him a quick kiss on the lips. Good luck, Izuku, they both said. Thanks, and hey, afterwards let's go on a date, he said. They both nodded happily as he turned and left with Kirishima. Izuku and Kirishima were both on the top floor, and Izuku was doing some stretches, being very flexible for a guy as muscular as he was. Once he was done stretching, he sat on the ground with his hand on his mouthguard, where his chin would be. Hey, you okay, bro? Said Kirishima. Yes, just trying to think up a strategy. Let's see. Todoroki's quirk is ice-related, and he can create a lot of it in a very short amount of time. That means he could easily freeze the building and trap us, so he can just walk in and touch the bomb winning. Then we have Shuji, who has multiple arms. But if I remember correctly, he turned some of his arms yesterday into eyes or ears or even a mouth. Said Izuku. So what's the plan then, bro? I've never been good at making strategies, said Kirishima with an awkward chuckle. Your quirk is hardening, correct? Said Izuku. Yup, I can harden my arms and other parts of my body. Also, if I concentrate hard enough, I can make it hard enough that I can block bullets and stuff, said Kirishima. I know it's not that impressive of a quirk like yours. On the contrary, that is an amazing quirk, and maybe if you train hard enough, you can harden your whole body and will one day be a great hero, said Izuku. Wait, do you really mean that? Said Kirishima. Yeah, said Izuku, if it was the simplest thing in the world, which unknowingly shocked him and made Kirishima respect Izuku even more now. All right, bro, what's the plan? He said with a large grin. Izuku was silent for a moment before turning to him with a creepy grin very similar to his father's. How much damage can you take before your quirk gives out? Also, what's your phone number? I think I'll either enjoy this match or regret it, thought Kirishima with nervousness. Outside of the building was Todoroki and Shuji. Shuji tried to talk to him to make a strategy, but instead of an answer, all he got was a glare. Shuji let out another sigh and looked to him again. Todoroki-san, my quirk gives me a lot of versatility, so can we think up a strategy to win this match? No, I'll end this in a single moment, said Todoroki. The match has now begun, said Aizawa. Todoroki walked up to the building and placed his hand on the building, freezing from the second floor up, giving it would be stupid to hide on the first. Shuji was shocked that he did that this fast and with seemingly no effort. This match is over. Let's go touch the bomb, said Todoroki. As they walked through the first floor, they saw nothing, but Shuji did tell Todoroki that he heard both Kirishima and Izuku trying to get out of the ice. But as they kept walking, Shuji saw in one of his extra eyes was a phone tapped to the wall, which made him beyond confused. Now, he very faintly heard before the sounds of cracking and destruction was heard. Todoroki looked, oh dash. The ceiling caved in and caused a massive dust cloud, making it so the heroes couldn't see what was going on. Izuku, do it, yelled Kirishima. Shuji looked up but was met with the flying form of Kirishima, who tackled into him, knocking the breath out of him. He then smacked into the ground, and Kirishima slammed his fist into his gut with enough force it cracked the floor more and knocked him out. Izuku, take out Todoroki. Todoroki was met with black wisps that slugged him and slammed him into the wall while also pinning him. What? He said, looking up, but was met with green and white lightning before Izuku slingshot himself with 8% forward and kicked Todoroki in the chest and through the wall and smashing him into the second. Izuku didn't give him any chance and moved in, grabbing him and lifting him in the air before punching him in the face while wrapping him in Black Whip. Villain team wins, said Aizawa over the intercom. Izuku released Todoroki and looked at him. Sorry, Todoroki, but given how your quirk works, and from what I saw yesterday, but I had to take you out as fast as possible and make sure you couldn't fight back, he said. The medical bots came and picked up Todoroki and took him away, giving his injuries. Aiza, bro, that was so freaking manly, yelled Kirishima with stars in his eyes. Back in the observation room, both Rumi and Ryuko had the same thought, especially when they saw something they really liked. On Izuku's chest, the cloth was damaged and showed his bare muscular chest. That was so hot, they thought. Izuku and Kirishima walked back into the room, and Izuku was tackled by both his girlfriends as they congratulated him along with kissed him. Ryuko was letting out happy growls and had to fight back the urge to have him take her along with biting his shoulder to mark him again. Izuku, I need to go use the bathroom, she said before quickly telling Aizawa that she had to leave, and he said that was fine and he'll move her match back till she comes back. Ryuko ran as fast as she could, and she opened the bathroom stall door and sat down on the toilet. Izuku, she said quickly, moving part of her chi-pao over and took off her gloves. She then brought her hands to her core and began rubbing. Izuku, Rumi, I can't hold back much longer. Shimmed him out before bringing her free hand up and squeezing her BRSD, then moved it in and began sucking on them, thinking of Izuku and Rumi tag, teaming her with Rumi eating her core and Izuku dominating her mouth. Izuku and Kirishima won. Who can tell me how? Said Aizawa, looking around the room. He beat the SHD out of them hard and fast, without mercy and not letting them react. Said Rumi happily. You're partially right. That was part of the reason, said Aizawa. Momo then raised her hand. Sir, was Izuku. He analyzed his opponent's movements from yesterday and used his phone to act as a security camera and watch the main floor since he was sure that Todoroki wouldn't freeze that floor. Then once the hero team passed the floor, he caved in a small part of the floors, allowing him and Kirishima to go from the 6th floor all the way to the 1st. Once he was on the ground, he threw Kirishima at Shuji and immediately knocked him out. Izuku then went and attacked Todoroki fast, so he couldn't react before restraining him, she said. Correct, Yaoyorozu. Does anyone else have anything else to add? Said Aizawa, and was a bit annoyed that no one said anything. Fine, I will say it. If possible, always analyze your opponent. You can figure out a strategy to defeat him or her. While that may not always be an option, it will be very handy when possible. Also, make sure you take them out as fast as possible. The longer you prolong a fight, the greater the chances of someone getting hurt is. Everyone nodded or said, yes, sir, and they made sure to remember that advice for hero work. Good, now for the next fight. Ochako Uraraka and Rumi Usudama versus Kyokujiro and Fumikage Tokoyami, said Aizawa. A couple hours later, everyone was leaving UA, with Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko holding hands and heading out to go on a date. Though Izuku did note that Ryuko took a shower since her hair was still slightly wet. That was a fun class. Plus, I think me and Kirishima will be great friends, said Izuku as walked with them. That's good. Mina and the other girls asked us to swap phone numbers and to hang out sometime in the future, said Rumi. That sounds like fun. Will you two do that? Said Izuku. Possibly, though a part of me is worried because of Toru and Mina and how they're always so excited, said Ryuko. Well, it could always be worse, and they could be airheads, said Izuku. With that, they all started to laugh as they continued to walk to the cafe to get something to eat. It was the next day in school, and Izuku was thinking over his fight a couple days ago. It was an easy fight, but only because him and Kirishima used shock and awe to quickly defeat the hero team. His mind then went to Rumi's and Ochako's match when they fight Jiro and Tokoyami. It was an interesting match since Rumi blitzed through the building to fight Tokoyami, while Ochako was trying to catch up to her. Long story short, Rumi held her own long enough for Ochako to catch up and take on Jiro so that Rumi could finish her fight with Tokoyami, which did cause her a couple bruises and a sprained leg. She finished the fight and helped Ochako finish hers, which made them win the match. For Ryuko, she just used her dragon form and smashed through the upper floor by flying and simply grabbed the bomb, winning her match against Mina and Sato. Another thing that came to his mind was yesterday when he was elected as class president with Momo Yaoyorozu being VP. After they were both chosen, everyone went to the cafeteria to talk and eat. Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko were approached by Kirishima, Ochako, Tokoyami, and Kyoka. They all began talking before Momo joined in to begin talking to Izuku about things they'll have to do as class president and VP. But before they could talk long, the alarms went off, and everyone except for the hero classes ran off, causing a massive stampede to the door in the panic. Luckily, Izuku was able to get everyone's attention and calm them all down before anyone was seriously hurt. After that, they all went back to class, and Izuku didn't notice a pair of red eyes glaring at him with pure hatred. Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts when he felt someone tug on his ponytail. He turned around seeing Ryuko trying to get his attention. What's up? Want to come over to my house later today? My mom said she isn't going to be home since she's visiting my dad up in Hokkaido and won't be back till Saturday, said Ryuko while playing with a piece of her hair. She talked to Rumi last night, and they agreed that it might be time to take the relationship a step further, especially since they are both in mating season, but they did agree not to go all the way since they wanted to save that for a special day. Yeah, sure. Is Rumi going to come? Said Izuku, but then felt something soft touching his hands and looked forward seeing Rumi leaning back and her ears laying on his hands. I brought some extra clothes already, so I'm good, and you forgot your clothes from last time you were at our house, said Rumi. I didn't forget them. Ryuko just wouldn't let me bring them back home, said Izuku. That's because your hoodie is large and warm. Plus, it smells like you, said Ryuko with a very noticeable blush. I agree. You have the best hoodies, said Rumi before she remembered something and dug around in her backpack before pulling out an All Might-themed hoodie. I need you to wear this for a while so it can smell like you again. But you and Ryuko cuddle with me every day. Why would you need it to smell like me? Said Izuku. Because you smell good, said Ryuko with a giggle and Rumi nodding her head. Just then the class door opened up and Ms. Joke and Aizawa walked into the classroom. Hello, everyone. Today we're all going to the USJ today, so decide if you want to wear your hero costume or gym uniforms. Also, note that you all aren't used to your costumes, so they may be uncomfortable, but that may also help you tell the support classes what to fix, said Aizawa. Some of them grabbed their gym uniforms while others put on their costumes. Izuku walked out wearing his costume and stood near his mom and dad. He tried to look bored, but Emmy saw this and began teasing him by giving him a big hug and peppering his cheek with kisses. Ah, look at my little son. He's all grown up, she said as she kept kissing his cheek in front of the class to embarrass him. Mom, stop, said Izuku desperately, tried to escape her grasp. Luckily for him, it didn't last too much longer as he was saved by both Rumi and Ryuko. Though that didn't last long as they then began kissing him, making his face go nuclear. Sorry, Emmy, but kissing him is our job, said Rumi with a confident smirk. Besides, you got your husband, and Izuku is all ours, said Ryuko. For Izuku, he was being held up by both of them, and his face was squashed between their large melons, which made him get even redder as perverted thoughts entered his head. Oh, protective, aren't you two? Well, what's going to happen when you three start making kids and the girls want a kiss from Papa? Teased Emmy. All three of them looked like steamed tomatoes now. Elsewhere in an underground bunker, a little girl with white hair and a small bronze horn and ruby red eyes sneezed. That's different, said Ryuko. Besides, that's a long way away before we start a family with Izuku, said Rumi. Yup, we're going to wait till our hero careers are well established. Then we'll start a family and have lots of kids, said Ryuko. For Izuku, he felt like his soul was going to leave his body from sheer happiness and embarrassment since his girlfriends wanted to eventually start a family with him, which did warm his heart to hear. Back at UA, Nezu was cackling since they thought they'll have to wait years before they had a family. Okay, that's enough for now. Everyone board the bus so we can stop wasting time, said Aizawa as he walked on and sat in the first seat with Emmy sitting next to him. For Izuku, he sat down with both Rumi and Ryuko sitting next to him and leaning against him while holding his hands. Across from him was Ochako, Mina, and Tsu, who saw this and smiled, especially Mina, since she thought it was absolutely adorable. Izuku-kun, forgive me, but when I speak, I like to speak my mind, so sorry if it comes out very bluntly, said Tsu, looking at him. That's fine, Azui, said Izuku. Call me Tsu, she said with a blank expression, but if anyone was to look closely, they could see a small hint of annoyance. Your quirk is very interesting. You produce electricity around your body. You have insane levels of strength that remind me of All Might. And lastly, you create those black wisps that can tangle up people. And for what I also heard, you can use them to help you move around. When Tsu said tangle people up, Rumi and Ryuko blushed more at the thought of that, especially Rumi, given she thought it was extremely hot to think of him tying her down. Yeah, I know my quirk is quite strange. It's nothing like my dad's or BRTH mother. I talked to Recovery Girl about it, and she said it was an extremely strange and powerful evolved quirk, instead of taking traces of either of my parents. Now, for the black wisps. I'm still trying to figure those out, but from what I learned about them is that they excess energy in my body I can use like that, said Izuku. In the back, Todoroki looked up and stared at Izuku with a slight glare since he still remembered how badly he lost to Izuku. He didn't even get a chance to fight back. Oh yeah, Rumi, Ryuko, how did you two meet Izuku-kun? Said Ochako curiously. Well, said Rumi back when we were 9, Izuku came to our school from his old one, and at first no one liked him because he was misdiagnosed as quirkless when he was young since they only did the pinky toe test and not the other ones. During lunchtime, we decided to sit with him since we ourselves were also hated because of our quirks and how Ryuko struggled to control it. And for me, they saw that I was weak. But after we started to talk, we spent more and more time together, and it eventually grew to the point we were always together, said Rumi. Ryuko nodded her head. And it even got to the point we'd sleep next to each other cuddling as we slept. Then years later, he asked us both out, and we agreed to share him. Izuku smiled at remembering all of that. That's so sweet, said Mina. But wait, that's stupid they would bully you for things like that. Rumi nodded her head while Ryuko was about to speak, but Aizawa spoke first. Okay, quiet. We are here. So get off the bus, he said, walking off the bus. Everyone quickly got off and followed him off. As they got off, they saw 13 standing at the entrance of UA. Oh my god, it's 13. She's my favorite hero. She rescued an entire bus of people 2 weeks ago from a villain attack, said Ochako excitedly. Yeah, she's a really good rescue hero and has rescued almost as many people as All Might back when he was in his 30s, said Izuku. I know, right? She's amazing. I hope she gives me her autograph, said Ochako. I'm sure she'll be happy too after the class, if over Karo, said Sue. 13 then cleared her throat and began to speak. Hello, everyone. I have a couple of things to say before we get started on rescue training, she said before making sure she had everyone's attention. You all have experience for using your quirks to fight and how to hold back, but none of you have experience with rescuing people. This is why today your training is going to consist of nothing else but that, rescuing people in natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, wildfires, and etc. The class nodded in understanding. Given none of you have experience in this field, feel free to ask me or my husband or 13 for help today during this. The only true mistake you can make in here is doing something you don't know how and not asking for guidance, said Ms. Joke. Everyone nodded before the teachers led them in, and everyone was shocked at the sheer scale of the inside of the building and how versatile it was with different areas for hero training. How did UA afford this? Said Kyoka. A sadistic rat known as my boss Niza does things we're simply better left not knowing about or how, said Aizawa and Emmy at the same time. Sweat drops went around the whole class at hearing that. Okay, now to begin with Dash. Oh, cool. You guys even have fake villains, said Kirishima, cutting Aizawa off. A massive black and purple portal opened up at the bottom of the USJ near the water, and hundreds of villains walked through before a man covered in hands walked out. After a couple seconds, the whole area was filled with at least over 150 villains before a massive monstrosity walked out of the portal. Izuku looked at the creature, and he felt OFA growl in anger. It's his creation, said Banjo darkly. Who? Thought Izuku too worried about everyone to think logically at the moment. All for one, spoke All Might for the first time since Izuku got OFA. He would have talked to him sooner, but he was too ashamed of himself to face Izuku, given he dumped his burdens and enemies on him before the kid was even ready. Well, it doesn't matter. As the 9th wielder of this quirk, I will defeat that monster and protect everyone, for that's my job as a hero, thought Izuku, strengthening his resolve. But before he could move forward, his mom and dad stopped him. Izuku, you get the others out of here while me, Emmy, and 13 hold off the villains. 13 will protect your rear as the class escapes, said Aizawa. Dad, I have to fight that creature. You and Mom don't stand a chance, said Izuku, catching everyone's attention and not caring, though he didn't notice the looks of worry on Rumi's and Ryuko's face. No, you need T-Dash. It's his creation, the same one who made it that I didn't have a teacher, said Izuku, making Aizawa's eyes widen in absolute horror. He immediately knew who Izuku was referring to. All for one, the man who killed All Might. Dad, let me fight that creature. I'm the only one who has a chance against it until backup arrives. And even then we'll need heavy hitters from the top 10-inch, said Izuku. Aizawa gritted his teeth and looked at the creature behind the man who was monologuing about how he was going to kill all the students that have his pet run around killing the staff of UA. Fine, but you better come back to me or else, said Aizawa. Izuku nodded his head and felt 2 pairs of hands grab him. You're no fighting that creature without me, said Rumi. Same goes here. I'm not going to watch me and Rumi's boyfriend kill himself, said Ryuko, glaring at him. I need to fight it. I'm the only one strong enough. I need you two to protect the class, said Izuku, and deciding to not let them protest, he gave them each a love-filled kiss on the lips. I love you both with all my heart, and I promise I'll make it up to you, said Izuku before he walked away, leaving both girls to stare at his back as he jumped down with his parents. Okay, all of you, we need to leave now, said 13 as she tried to get them to escape. Before they got to the door, a purple portal opened, showing a massive mist with a pair of glowing yellow eyes. Hello, everyone. We are the League of Villains, and we're going to kill you all. After the villain said that he covered the entire area in portals, splitting up 3/4 of the entire class around the USJ, while the rest stayed where they were. For Ryuko, she found herself in the earthquake zone with, and Rumi was in the flood zone with Tsu. Izuku and Ms. Joke were both racing down right behind Aizawa. But before they could get too far, 2 portals opened up before them, separating them from Aizawa, leaving him to fight the villains all by himself. Izuku was confused on where he was until he looked around, seeing that he was in a different area. He looked behind him, seeing that Momo, Kyoka, and Denki were behind him, and that they were all completely separated for THR class. Wait, if we are here, then that means that Mistman is the reason for us being teleported here, is that his quirk has something to do with this. That a very dangerous quirk, but the real question is what allows him to teleport us, thought Izuku. He was then pulled out of his thoughts when a bunch of villains walked up to them. Hey Zeke, look at those girls. They are hot. Can we have our way with them? Said one of the thugs. Just cripple the guys, then you can. I want to see the looks of horror on their faces as we do it, said the apparent leader with a sickening grin. Ha ha, good. All right, kid, restrain them, said the first thug. A midget with purple for hair stepped forward, and he was drooling, seeing Momo and Kyoka. He reached to take the from his hair, but Izuku reacted faster and slammed his fist into his stomach so hard it made a sonic boom before he was launched across the USJ. Izuku then created black wisps and swung them into a different villain, breaking his arm and leg while smashing him into the ground. The leader flinched at this before a smirk formed on his face. Hey, you're being pretty rough with us. You know the laws about injuring us, you could have your entire life ruined. Because of this, he absolutely loved this law, because people couldn't defend themselves with quirks, and if heroes badly injure a villain, then they will be investigated and have to pay for the villain's injuries if it's proven the crime wasn't serious. Izuku turned and glared at him before using 13% and appearing in front of him and grabbing him by the cuff of his shirt before lifting him over his body and slamming him into the ground, creating a small crater. I'm aware, but considering what you and your buddies were planning to do. Well, this is going to hurt, said Izuku before punching him into the stomach so hard he woke up from unconsciousness to let out a scream before Izuku punched him in the face, breaking his nose and knocking him out again. Are you 3 okay? Izuku asked, looking at them. Why, yes, but Aizawa, you're going to get in lots of trouble for doing that. You know the law, she said, hoping this wouldn't ruin his hero career. I draw a line, Yorozu, and that's a line that determines whether or not I'll beat someone until his bones look like confetti or not, he said, looking at her. And it was a line he crossed, so he deserved it. Momo was going to say something, but Kyoka grabbed her shoulder and shook her head. All right, you 3. Follow me, so I can lead you to the exit, then I can help my dad with those villains, said Izuku as he turned and led them away. With Rumi, she smashed into the water and was extremely confused, but she couldn't dwell on it long since a villain appeared in the water and was swimming at her in extremely fast speeds to kill her. Sorry, girl. Nothing personal, but you have to die, said the villain as he opened his massive shark-like mouth to kill her. Rumi used her insane leg strength and kicked the water with enough force it actually shot her out of the water. But now she had a new problem. Once she lands in the water, they'll be able to try and kill her. Just then a tongue wrapped around her, and Tsu pulled Rumi with her to the ship where they both landed on the deck. Usajiyama-sen, are you all right? Said Tsu, looking at her with slight concern. PSSH, Miyazuku and Ryuko train 4 times harder than this. Plus Izuku doesn't pull any punches, said Rumi. Normally I'd say that's wrong for a man to hit a woman, but given we are training to be heroes, it's understandable, said Tsu. PSSH, if a guy pisses off a girl, it's okay to hit him, but if it's reversed, then that's a completely different scenario, said Rumi. Hypocrites. Well, guys are naturally stronger than us. True, though it does make Izuku even hotter, she said with a blush. But if a woman hits a guy, then she should get the same thing back. She then crossed her arms. But if you say anything against that, then I will hit you. They want equal rights then, that means they can get punched as well. Ryuko was falling, and she quickly flipped her body over, transforming into her dragon form and opening her massive wings, allowing her to land on the ground softly. Lifting her head up and looking around, she realized that she was in the earthquake zone. Near her was Todoroki, Toru, and Shoji, and they were all confused before the villains attacked them. Todoroki looked and created a massive wave of ice, defeating them all in a mere moment, and leaving the others shocked at how easily he did it. Come on, we need to keep moving, or else more villains will show up, said Todoroki. Ryuko huffed and slammed her tail into a tree, knocking a villain out who was hiding behind it. Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, and Denki were all heading to the entrance of the USJ. As they ran, they encountered lots of villains, but they were very weak, which meant it was easy to knock them out. Izuku rounded a part of the lake, and his eyes widened in horror. Aizawa was completely surrounded by villains, but they were all unconscious. But the part that scared him was that he was being held up by that large creature with charcoal black skin and an exposed brain. You guys get everyone out of here now, he said as a feeling entered his brain, telling him this thing was extremely dangerous. Aizawa, we can't leave you here. That's not what heroes do, said Momo. That may be true, but in this case you have to. I can't protect you guys and fight that creature at the same time, said Izuku as he pulled his hood up, covering his head, and then brining his mouthpiece up, completely covering his face. Green and white lightning arched around him, and he shot off to go save his father from getting killed by that creature. Aizawa let out a pain-filled groan. His arms were broken along with a couple of his ribs. He was also sure his collarbone and skull were cracked from the creature called Nomu. Good job, Nomu. Now go and kill him, said Shigaraki with a grin as he scratched his neck. The Noma tightened its grip on him and began to squeeze him to death, but before it could, a lightning-covered leg smashed into its face and sending it away. Izuku then caught his dad and jumped backwards to the stairs and placed him against them. Dad, you okay? Why you in a need to run? That tea thing is too strong, he groaned out. Sorry, Dad, I can't do that. You and the others get out of here while I take this thing on, Izuku said, standing up and walking toward the villains. Aizawa went to stop him, but the pain stopped him along with, for a brief moment, seeing something else. Behind Izuku was 4 figures. The first was All Might. Next to him was a woman with a black costume and a white cape. On the other side of Izuku was a bald man with a black trench coat, and next to him was a guy in a white shirt with long white hair. Shigaraki looked at the green hooded figure in interest. He easily kicked the Nomu away and managed to save or raise her head like it was nothing. Kirojiri, who is he? I don't recognize any hero like him, said Shigaraki. I believe he is a student, which would mean he's a hero in training, said Kirojiri. I see, he said while scratching his neck. How annoying. It seems we have a heavy hitter. Not only that, but he has good speed. That should mean he can't do long-range attacks or have lots of stamina. A grin then formed across his face. Stop him, Nomu. The Noma charged, and Izuku ducked under the strike and swung his leg up, kicking the arm away before twisting his entire body around and kicking it in the chin. It recoiled back from the strike, but faster than Izuku was expecting. Its arm managed to hit him, and it sent him hack now. Izuku sent out Black Whip to anchor down into the ground before he used it as a slingshot to shoot forward and try to punch the Nomu. Seeing Izuku's attack coming for him, the Nomu swung its own arm forward to hit Izuku, but he deflected the arm down and swung his leg out towards its head. A punch came out and hit Izuku upwards and cracked his arm. SHD, Detroit Smash, yelled Izuku as he managed to hit the Nomu at the same time he was punched. Thankfully, he had enough force in his punch to send the Nomu back. Izuku slammed into the ground and rolled out of the attack when a feeling of something on. The back of his head told him to duck. His body quickly dropped down, dodging a hand that almost grabbed him. Those are some pretty good battle instincts, said Shigaraki, having to jump back to dodge a kick from Izuku. These two are strong, so I'll have to change my fighting style. thought Izuku as he decided to fight lower to the ground, which would make it harder for his opponents given they are bigger than him. Shigaraki jumped back as Izuku kept his body lower to the ground and kept striking upwards or for the legs, which made it harder for him to defend himself. The young hero then lunged forward and grappled his legs around his neck before flipping his body over, slamming him onto the ground with a sickening crack. "Gah!" he yelled, feeling a rib or two break from the impact. "Nomu!" Izuku turned and brought both his arms up and tanked the strike, but it sent him back a ways before coming to a stop. "CRP, I need to do something about this, Nomu," he thought as he dodged a slash, but it cut his skin, leaving 3 deep gashes. "California Smash!" he yelled, kicking him away to also give him distance. A large dent mark formed on the Nomus' arms as it blocked it. He then charged in and kept slashing his fingers at him, not letting him get any breathing room. Izuku kept ducking and dodging along with blocking every strike from the Nomu. He went to block another strike, but the Nomu moved faster and punched him, breaking his arm and 4 ribs. Its large hand then picked him up and smashed him into the ground before its other arm reared back and punched him hard enough that he was knocked out from the sheer force of the strike. Before consciousness finally left him, he had one last thought. "I hope they all escape, Mom, Dad, Rumi, Ryuko. I'm sorry, but it looks like I won't be coming back. I just wish I could have told them I love them one last time." Izuku's vision was going black, and he could hear the voices of the previous users screaming at him to keep fighting no matter what. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He had no oxygen in his lungs and was about to black out. "Luna, fall!" screamed Rumi, smashing her foot into the Noma's face with a sickening crack as its beak was shattered and it lost its grip on Izuku, making him fall to the ground. Once he fell, he began to cough violently as air rushed into his lungs, rapidly oxygenating his BLD and making his vision clear up so he can see again. He slowly turned his head and saw Rumi standing in front of him with a look that was both worried and excited. "You okay, Izuku?" she asked, hoping he was. "Yeah, just a couple broke ribs," he said before wincing and holding his right arm, "and some cracked bones. Use your black whip to hold your arm together. We need to beat this before backup arrives," said Rumi. "I don't think any is coming, or if backup is, then they won't know how dire our situation is," said Izuku as he looked at the Nomu and Kirigiri, then finally Shigaraki. "We have to end this here and now." She stared at him and nodded her head. "Right, let's kill these dash." They both shot forward with Izuku taking the lead and delivering a powerful punch straight to the Nomu, who easily blocked it. But then it raised its other arm to block Rumi's kick. Once both limbs were occupied, Izuku grabbed its arm and swung his body, kicking in the chin with a St. Louis smash. The blast of the attack stunned it for a brief moment before its arm swung SND, almost slashed Rumi, who jumped back just in the nick of time. The amount of force behind the swipe forced her further back than she would have liked, since it meant Izuku had to fight it alone for a couple extra seconds. Izuku felt that weird feeling in his head, and he leaned to the side, just narrowly dodging the strike, and he punched the Nomu in the face with a Detroit smash, while also using Black Whip to hit it with a second but more concentrated smash. The blow made the Nomu's face move, but it absorbed the entire blow like nothing, and its arm swiped Izuku, sending him back and breaking 2 more bones. He looked up and froze when the Nomu had its arm reared back to punch him, but just then Rumi came and performed a Kagaya Moon straight onto its neck, making a sickening snap, while also breaking her metal bracer on her foot from sheer amount of force. "I gotta use more power. One for all. 30%. A sonic boom was heard, and Izuku kicked the Nomu, and this time the blow did real damage as its chest caved in again, and it actually took a moment to heal. "This thing is way too dangerous. I gotta use even more power if I want to defeat it," he thought. Rumi landed next to him, while putting most of her weight on BR left leg over her right. She also had an angry look on her face. "You okay?" said Izuku. "Yeah, though I either sprained or broke my ankle from my last strike," she said with a growl. "So what's the plan?" He looked up at the Nomu that wasn't doing anything. It was waiting for its master's orders since Shigaraki told it to stop, as he kept muttering something about Izuku's strength, reminding him of someone. "Rumi, you're not going to like this." Neither is Ryuko, but I need you to listen to me very closely. If things get worse, then leave me behind, he said. He almost flinched from the look she gave him. It was one of anger, rage, sadness, and shock in a single expression. What? And no, I'm not leaving you here with that monster. She snapped at him. Rumi, that thing I'm sure was designed to kill All Might. I'll have to stop pulling any punches, and when I do, I'm going to end up destroying my body, he said, not looking at her. So promise me that when that happens, you'll help get everyone out of here. Rumi looked at him and gritted her teeth while trying to push the tears down. She knew she could help him fight that monster. But if what he said was true, then herself and anyone else would just burden for him to have to protect. With one last glare, she relented and nodded her head. Fine, but you have to come back to me and Ryuko. Promise us that. I do. I mean, after all, I have to fill All Might's shoes, and who's going to keep you too happy if I'm not around, he said, trying to lighten the mood. I think I finally figured it out, said Shigaraki suddenly as he stopped scratching his neck. Oh, what is it, Tamura? Said Kirojiri looking at him. If I'm right, then he's either All Might's successor, or he has a very strong quirk. Personally, I hope it's the former, he said with a sickening grin forming on his face. Noma stopped holding back and killed them both. In the blink of the eye, the Nomu was gone and had its fist reared back to punch Rumi with enough force that she would just be a cloud of red dust. Rumi froze, and her body wouldn't move no matter how much she screamed at it too. Her entire life flashed before her eyes, but just as fast as it did, she was laying on the ground 30 feet away. She was beyond confused and looked up, seeing that Izuku tanked the hit and both his arms were holding the Noma strike at bay. Along his arms was Black Whip, which helped reinforce said limbs, which also most likely prevented them from simply snapping like twigs. Ha ha, so you were able to dodge and catch Noma's strike. That's pretty impressive, but what will you do now? Shigaraki asked with a grin. Izuku was struggling to hold the power behind this blow. He could feel his bones creaking and muscles screaming in pain from the amount of force behind the Noma's arm pushing down on him. Even with 45%, which was his gauntlet's maximum, he could barely hold it. Back. Keep fighting, knife, said Nana appearing beside him. You can't give up. Through gritted teeth, Izuku pushed on and forced his body to 50% and began to overpower the Nomu, even when it put its full body weight into its arm to crush him. Izuku then increased the power to 52% and pushed the arm away while jumping back to get a moment of breath. Sadly, he didn't even get a second as the Nomu was on him and threw a punch at him, which he narrowly dodged by using Black Whip to pull him away. He continued to dodge, and he couldn't think of anything go defeat the Nomu, no matter how much he tried to rack his brain for plans. This thing was simply too strong and fast for him to defeat. Jumping again, he froze as he was pulled into his mind. Izuku looked around, seeing he was somewhere different. He was standing on a platform, and before him was 6 out of the 8 previous users. They were all staring at him, except for 2 figures who were staring at the wall with both of their heads down. What are you doing? Said Banjo, looking at him. What? Said Izuku, confused. He asked you what are you doing, said a man with a red, face-high collar jacket. You're not All Might. Now Izuku was confused. It was obvious he wasn't All Might. You're not Toshi, and yet you compare yourself to him and started to imitate his fight style by using overwhelming strength, said Nana. You are Izuku Aizawa, and you are your own person. Didn't Gran Torino and Night Eye teach you that, said the first. Use your mind, use our quirks, think of a different strategy to defeat that creature. Don't just punch your way out, said a man with long hair and 2 lines over his left eye and down his face. He's right, said All Might, looking up at Izuku. You're better than. Use your strengths and defeat this monster. Use the previous user's quirks. Use your quirks and show this monster the strength of one for all. All 6 of them raised their arms towards him, and 6 of light formed. You two help us. He needs our strength to defeat this monster and show all for one. We are still kicking, and we will kill him, said the first, looking at the last 2 users. Both users turned and stared at him before they looked at Izuku. The one with a ponytail slowly raised his hand towards him, and a small ball of light formed in his hand. Show me that you can do what none of us could. The last man just stared at him before he turned and continued to stare at the wall. "You're not ready. If I gave you my quirk, your body wouldn't be able to handle it." Izuku nodded his head, and then 7 of light entered him, and he felt the quirk's power within, along with the knowledge of how to use them. "Kick that, monsters, but young Aizawa, and always remember," said All Might as a massive smile appeared on his face, plus Ultra. Izuku came back to the real world, and he saw that the Noma was about to punch him, but he used Float and easily dodged it, before sending Black Whip down to anchor himself down while he started to kick his legs, making them glow red. Shigaraki and everyone else was beyond confused what was happening. "Foe 100%, said Izuku as the power exploded in strength, and the lightning also increased in power smash. Izuku then disappeared, creating a massive sonic boom, and the Noma disappeared in a massive explosion of smoke. The explosion blew everything away, and anyone nearby was blown away from the sheer force of the attack and speed that Izuku moved at. "Double and no. This doesn't make any sense," screamed Shigaraki as he looked at the smoke cloud in rage. "Nomu, get up now." No sound were heard for a moment before sounds of gurgling was heard, and a charcoal black hand came out of the smoke. Shigaraki grinned for a brief moment before his eyes widened in horror. The Noma was missing the entire upper right half of his body, along with his leg. It was pulling itself on the ground while groaning in pain as it tried to get to his MSTR. "Ow!" said Shigaraki. The smoke cleared, and he saw Izuku standing on ground and staring at him with a glare. His entire body was coated in Black Whip, which was the only thing that saved his body from the sheer amount of force he just put it through. He slowly took a step and began walking forward. "Noma, get up now," snarled Shigaraki. Hearing his master's orders, the Nomu slowly began forcing its body up as it very slowly healed from the injury. Once it fully stood up, its body was mostly hellid, but massive amounts of muscle was still exposed or still regrowing. Izuku got in a runner's stance and shot forward, delivering a Texas smash straight into the Nomu, making it go flying backwards and collapsing on the ground in front of Shigaraki. It slowly got up, but it was clear as day that it was too injured, while Izuku seemed completely fine. But in truth, he was anything but fine, giving his leg braces and gauntlets were either broken or heavily damaged. They didn't fully absorb the power and force of 100% like they could have. But now, both his legs were broken, but thanks to Black Whip, he was still able to stand. The villains were both shocked and scared at seeing this kid do that to Nomu. Not only that, but him seemingly pull out different abilities. "That doesn't make any sense. Only Sensei can use different quirks," said Shigaraki. "Noma, kill him. I don't want to see him live anymore." The Noma moved in, but in much slower speeds, and Izuku shot out Black Whip to the side, pulling him out of the way before he shot out another tendril seeding a slingshot and pulled himself while jumping, so he was right above the Nomu. He then kicked his legs to rebuild the kinetic energy he still had left. "F.A. Gene Smash," he said, shooting down at the same amount of speed as 40%, even though he was only using 25%. The blow smashed right into the Noma's shoulder, snapping the collarbone and breaking its ribs along with leg from the force, and it not being able to absorb any more blunt force. Its body crumbled, and Izuku jumped back, holding his now broken arm in pain. "I need to dash," Danger Sense screamed at him to dodge, which he did, but wasn't fast enough as Shigaraki's hand came out of the portal and touched his stomach, destroying the clothing and exposing his muscles on his stomach. Izuku released a massive amount of smoke to block his vision as he jumped back to regain some distance, but before he got afar, he saw the Nomu slowly healed and stand up again. "I gotta end this with a single punch," he muttered quietly, before his eyes hardened with resolve as he realized what he had to do. He jumped back a couple more times to rebuild his kinetic energy as his mind raced through the plan to end this fight before his body gave out. "Nomu, clear the smoke," said Shigaraki, taking his hand out of the portal, but getting ready to try again. The Nomu forced its body up again, but struggled even more from the amount of pain it was in and that its wounds wouldn't fully heal all the way. But through sheer brute force it stood and clapped its hands together, clearing the smoke, revealing Izuku, who did something even more shocking. "Black chain!" yelled Izuku as Black Whip shot out, looking like a massive chain out of the top of his hand. It shot out and wrapped around the Nomu before Izuku used it to pull it towards him at insane speeds and slingshot him over his head, straight into the ground with a sonic boom. Izuku then let the chain go and turned towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri before shooting forward. Black Whip came out of his palm, and with great effort he thought of a different way to use it, and a thought entered his mind. 30% one for all. Mjolnir, said Izuku, combining one for all, Black Whip, and Fa Gene together on the fly. All three of them combined, and it created a massive black hammer that was 3 times bigger than Izuku himself. The hammer came down towards the two villains, but another sonic boom was heard, and the Nomu appeared, tanking the entire hit with its body. The strike landed and crushed the Nomu, while at the same time, along Izuku's broken arms, BLD sprayed out everywhere, and he felt more bones break from all the force he put into this swing and combining 3 quirks at once. Dust and smoke covered the entire area, and it took a moment before it cleared out, showing Izuku in front of a crater with both his arms being purple in color and bleeding profusely. Before him is a massive crater where the Nomu was laying in a broken mess. Its chest wasn't moving at all, and it showed no signs of even being alive anymore. "How, wait. I know. I was right," screamed Shigaraki. "You are indeed his successor." With a pained groan, Izuku looked up and glared at him, while BLD came from the couple scratches on his face. Shigaraki felt his BLD boiling in rage, but he couldn't do anything. His Nomu was dead, and none of the other villains were getting up. "Tamura, calm yourself. Look at him," said Kurogiri calmly. "He can't fight anymore. His bones are broken, and he can't move. We must take this chance and kill him." "You're right," said Shigaraki with a grin. "Let's kill him." Both villains moved in, and Izuku tried to force his body to move, but he was in way too much pain to do so. "Die, you hero!" snarled Shigaraki as he reached out to kill Izuku. "Kagaya Crescent!" yelled Rumi, appearing before him in a burst of speed and her leg going right for his chest. Kurogiri saw this and was about to make a portal when a massive scaled arm grabbed his metal collar and smashed him into the ground, almost crushing it with a single blow. He slowly looked up and saw a massive dragon was beyond pissed. Shigaraki got kicked hard and felt his arm snap like a twig and his ribs shatter from the force of the attack before he was sent flying away, ragdolling across the ground, breaking more bones as he smacked into it. "In no T-dash," said Kurogiri, but growled in pain as he felt the claws sink into the metal collar. "Don't you dare move, or I will kill you for what you did to my mate," seethed Ryuko, who was barely controlling her dragon instincts on not killing him. Shigaraki let out a scream of both rage and pain as he glared at the rabbit girl who was standing in front of Izuku. Just then the doors for the USJ blasted open, and the UA staff appeared with Ida and even Endeavor, Hawks and Best Jeanist, since they were called in for a major villain attack. That moments of distraction was all Kurogiri needed to teleport away, along with brining Shigaraki with him. Ryuko let out a scream of rage and was about to hunt him down when he heard Rumi yelling. "Come on, Izuku, wake up," she yelled, holding his unconscious body while trying and failing to apply first aid to his body. Her emotions of rage ceased in an instant, and she quickly reverted back to her human form before running towards them and looking at horror at the state Izuku was in. Ryuko crouched down and grabbed Izuku's first aid bag and began to apply first aid, which did nothing but slow the BLD flow slightly. "Move," said Best Jeanist softly as he used his quirk and began stitching up his wounds as best as he could, but it wasn't much given how large some were. "Endeavor, get over here and cauterize the wounds before he bleeds to death." Both Rumi and Ryuko froze at hearing that, and everything was just a blur after that moment. Endeavor cauterized Izuku's wounds, which woke him up and made him scream in pain before he passed out again. After that, Hawks picked him up and flew to the hospital with Aizawa as well, as fast as he could, given they were both in critical conditions. After that, both girls and the others were lead outside to nearby ambulances to be checked out before they were all sent home with police as CRT. But out of everyone, 3 people were beyond worried for both Shota and Izuku, given how hurt they both were in this villain attack. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Had Dragon and Bunny Guardian. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to NezutheRatGod for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.